Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, February the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick couple of yeses if you can hear me and see my screen? Thank you, thank you. You guys know the drill now. Great. All right. Well, guys, obviously, if you were in the room yesterday towards the end, and this all started at 3 o'clock with the GameStop. I think that was right at 3 o'clock when it started to have the run. I will say that I did participate in it. I did not, unfortunately, hold on to $200. Crazy. I did participate in it in a smaller way. I actually participated more in AMC just because it was a little bit cheaper, or I thought it wasn't going to be quite as whippy. This morning, the cost is the one that actually, believe it or not, is the one that can possibly give the most multiples. Now, first of all, when I'm talking about this, everybody, do not ask me for advice on how to trade this. These are highly emotional. You cannot take in my opinion, you cannot take very many shares. You're going to have wider stops, otherwise you get stopped out immediately on a lot of these. So I'm just pointing out. It's hard not to point these out because right now the mania has arrived again. It's a little disruptive in a trading room because I know that's all we want to really look at, or a lot of people just want to look at because these are the most exciting plays. But anyway, KOSS though, yeah, it's the lowest float of all those crazy ones, and it still has a high short float percent. So. This got up to that day. This is 127 normal market hours. I have a feeling, though, that pre-market this was up even higher, like 150, 160. But anyway, I ended up taking this one this morning at 32.50. I've sold, I wouldn't say most, but a lot at 36.04. I actually had a sell order at 40, and it just missed it, and it came back down. So I decided to get out most at 36. Have some left just in case it does something really, really crazy. So that is on the Wall Street Bets stocks, okay? Now, believe it or not, there are other things happening. Now, look at Norwegian Cruise Lines, NCLH. I have been really reluctant to look at the cruisers that closely. But I have to say now, this is definitely a big break. There's on the weekly chart. It's an earnings play also. Look at the monthly chart. Again, look where it could. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I think they released earnings, when was it? Pre-market this morning. And I guess they're trying to guide pretty strongly for 2022. So, you're looking for a potential swing. You can pick, it doesn't really matter which cruiser you pick. CCL, a little cheaper, but they're going to have the same look, with this big gap down and now maybe starting to recover. So again, if we think that the cruiser's coming back and you're into swing trading, and again, don't ask me when you should get in or where your stop is, please, because again, these can be very whippy. Look at last week. This got down to $26 2 days ago, and there's a $6 pop today. So, or from that low. So, that's what's a little tricky. But anyway, here's just an idea for you. DYNT is a gap up on Y. Let's see, trying to see if there's any specific reason. So this actually happened after hours. The gap up was after hours, on an extension of a key distribution, and I can't see the rest of the headline. Let's see if I can see it. Key distribution agreement. Okay, so that is their news. It happened after hours yesterday. Maintaining low float, 9 million in the float. SCKT, I believe this is an earnings play. SCKT, suck it to me. Released earnings after hours yesterday. You can see the gap up, holding, and it's still holding pre-market. This one got up to, I don't know if this was not part of the Wall Street Bets, I don't think anyway, but it got up to $35. what, about 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 7 days ago. ASRV, let's see if this is still maintaining its gap. ASRV, no. And the answer is no, it is not maintaining its gap. Still up. You know, it's up still 22%, but, you know, at one point it was up to 667 and it's pulling back. So, again, it's a huge break here. I mean, it's an all-time high. Or I think this is probably one of these ones that did a symbol name change. So it kind of looks, let me back this out a little bit more. Well, maybe not. Hard to know. I really don't know. I'm going back to 2010, so it's possible they didn't do a symbol name change. At any rate, this is a low float. And let's see if it can maintain 5. AUPH is an earnings play. I only mention this one because it can get a little bit active during the day. Just take a look here. There's a 200-day moving average, so it's just a little bit above it, 1494. So it's just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. And the next high is so 15. If it can maintain 15, then it's got a shot to get to the 16 area. Not a lot of room. It's a big float, 110 million in the float. I know some watch this one, so I thought I'd mention it. SSNT. Guys, FSR from yesterday is still really, really strong. You know, it's at the all-time high again. Let's see, 22. Let me make sure of that. 2363. So it's just approaching within a dime or so of the all-time high again. I know a lot. We're trying to short that one yesterday, in the face of, you know, a very strong stock though yesterday, and it seems to be maintaining. And it's an earnings play, February 25th, post-market. Sorry, this is an earnings play after hours today, post-market. SSNT. Okay, not maintaining its gap. 1353, huge. Yeah, I mean, so just almost forget about it. It's just not, I mean, it's still up 18%, but, you know, it's not maintaining the gap at all. See if there was any, oh, signed a letter of intent to acquire some company, to acquire CT Solutions, but just not holding the gap at all. Super low float, 1.5 million in the float. NVOS. Okay, so this is the one that started trading on NASDAQ yesterday. It was a pink sheet stock, started trading on NASDAQ yesterday. So again, not holding the gap. This was up to 742, so it's just not holding the gap. Is SN, aha. Is it really? That was a big one yesterday. I see, yes. Okay, interesting. This is a merger. So this is a merger? Reverse split for VIRX. Okay, so it's a little bit confusing. I don't know if it's a merger or it is also a reverse split. Okay. All right, guys, FSR now an all-time high. Plug. Whoa, Plug. This is really taking a hit. Plug is taking a big hit. Well, it was anyway. Let's see if it's recovered at all. Trying to recover a little bit. It's actually an earnings play, and it's dragging down the rest of them. You know, if you look at Fuel Cell, FCEL, I think that is down. Yes, that's down. So the earnings for Plug, I guess, disappointed, or at least the power sinks after major miss, big cost impacts, etc. So that is the, unfortunately, that is the one. If you're in Plug, of course, it's been sinking. Had an interesting day 2 days ago, like the rest of the market. You know, had these big bottoming tails, and then recovered. Bit of a recovery yesterday, but now it's released earnings, so this is not looking good. LOTZ is, I think it's an earnings play, but it was up. Let's see if it is holding its gap. FSR, guys, wow. Is it holding its gap? Of course not. So got up to 12, down to 1066. Yeah. I think this is an earnings play. VIPS. I don't think it was super active, but I believe it's an all-time high. Yeah, so VIPS is an earnings play. All-time high now for VIPS. 37.96. Yeah, so 37.96 were a few days ago. So it's above that, and it's an earnings play. Holding 38. This is holding its gap. Yeah, there's the GameStop guys, GME. I'm hoping it tugs the KOSS along a little bit. ASLN. Okay, so jumps 28% on an $18 million private placement. So it's a Canadian, it's not a Canadian stock. Sorry, I thought that was the Canadian flag. Singapore company. The next high looking left 429. So it's just a little bit above that high. It's got a lot of room. You know, it wants to keep moving. It's got some room. Boy, FSR guys continues. This is super strong. Now, PBR. Just take a look at PBR. PBR, is it still over 9? No, see, it's just flirting again with that 200-day moving average. It was when I saw it, it was just. In fact, I have an alert set here. High the pre-market. Maybe it's a huge float. May not be that dynamic, but you know this is definitely had a nice rebound after the disaster 3 days ago, 3 days ago, of most of the Brazilian stocks. But it is trying to crawl back. But there's that 200-day moving average sitting right there. It actually had earnings yesterday before the market opened. And some of the Bitcoin stocks, crypto stocks, they're moving. I mean, there's Mara and Riot. They didn't realize, I mean, look at Riot. Look where Riot was. I didn't realize it was all the way up to 80 something. I mean, $80. And then it gets not quite cut in half. You know, this is why it's hard to swing these ones, in my opinion. Like, where are you going to put your stop? Anyway, they are starting to come back a bit. And if you're looking at PAND, well, if you were a shareholder yesterday, you know, kind of a bit of a snoozer stock. I mean, look, unless this almost looks like that this was known. I don't know if it was halted or something, because let me just expand this, see if there was any. Yeah, you know what? This looks like, I mean, this was just flatlining right here. Anyway, it's a buyout by Merck, MRK. But imagine waking up to that this morning. All right, 918. Well, let me do a quick look. See what the analysts are talking about this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Yeah, I have CCIV on a thumbnail. I see that it's flirting with 30. I'm just wanting to see if one of these analysts has the whatevers to put a buy recommendation on any one of these. Well, actually, guys, no, it's the wrong one. I thought it was EXPR on GME or anyone. Anyway, let's get the upgrades in first. There are a few upgrades. See if there's maybe an interesting one by maybe, because I see Goldman. No, sorry, that's Guggenheim. SQ. I don't see any Goldman upgrades this morning. I'm sure they're out there. It's just, I'm only looking at the ones that briefing.com send to me every morning. So, okay, those are the upgrades. I got the downgrades in now. MP, guys, a crypto play really moving here. MP. All right, let me get these downgrades in now. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades this morning from briefing.com. All right, I see this ATOS is gapping up. Kind of a late bloomer here. ATOS, what sort of room does it have? It's at 330 now. A little bit choppy all the way up. So not a low float, 71 million in the float. And they report their final results from the phase 1 study. I don't know, I'm skeptical. Skeptical in that, will it maintain this gap? Ricky, you don't want to know. 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm on the West Coast. Well, I mean, you just have to look at the share price as they do. I mean, some private placements in this particular case, I guess, which was the one? Can't remember which was the one that announced the private placement. Just look at the share price. If it's above the private placement price, then it's good. If it's below, it's bad. Well, then in this case, I mean, you just can't lump them all together. You have to analyze each one. I mean, yeah. So I mean, they're raising $100 million. So right now it's kind of flat. But there was another one this morning that I mentioned, and it was actually up from the private placement. I mean, typically, nobody likes to see their position. If you're an existing shareholder, typically, private placements involve issuing more stock, so your position is being diluted. Okay, that's typically why, most of the time you'll see it below even the private placement price. But we've seen many, many, many times now where companies do private placements or financings, and it rips. So it all depends on why. I mean, if you're an existing shareholder and you're in some biotech, not a really cheap one, but something with maybe in the $30, $40 range, $20, $30, $40 range, and they announce a private placement because the stock has ramped up a bit, but what they've got is maybe very encouraging. You might look at that and go, okay, listen, they're raising the money for all the right reasons, to not just to stay in business. There's a huge difference. We got to raise money to stay in business versus we're raising money so that we can increase the trials, the tests that we're doing, etc. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, back. Well, I'm just waiting to see if this GME can help this cost. I know AMC is on the move also. Actually, I did pretty well on AMC yesterday. It will take a few more shares and just kind of rode the wave. And right now, what is it? 1010 is the high. So of course it's looking left. The next high looking left. It's way up here. Well, they're fighting it. The WKHS, they're fighting it. So if you think it's probably going to be a long fight. So I mean, I have no idea if it's going to rebound. I don't think it'll unless they prevail. I don't see a big rebound. Like, what do you think? On something like that. MRN, again, one of these, it really bugs me. I see these things in the pre-market, they spike way up and they pull right back down. I mean, it looks a little worse than it maybe is. I mean, that was $8, so it's $7.55 right now. I don't know if they have any news. It's an earnings play. Okay, I see it's an earnings play. So they released earnings this morning, so kind of mixed reaction right now anyway to AMRN. All right, guys, I'm all out of my costs. Okay, it is the only way I'll get back in is if it takes this area out up here. There's 36, maybe the 36 area. But again, that's not a recommendation. Okay, this is just telling you what I'm doing. All right, guys, what time is it? 28. Oh, almost. Now it is 1 minute to the open. Well, let's have a great trading day today, everybody. While it's exciting, it can be very distracting. Yeah, I did see the NL. I didn't take it. I did see the NL, though. I can't remember where you were talking about it right here, maybe, Ija? I can't remember anymore. Again, I remember seeing it, and the volume was really kind of putrid. That's kind of what turned me off on it. But hey, I know you took it, and you did well. So that's all. That's all I care about. We are not open. Not according to my. Oh, very quickly, very quickly. You want to see my watch list up and down? From the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list, okay? Right there, my watch list. And again, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. And we're now open, everybody. What will today bring? Okay, I know some of you are watching that CCIV right at 30, or was at 30 anyway. Lots of volume just came in. It's a big float. If you can't believe that, that's a big float, 200 million. All right, so some of these, they're okay. You know what? You guys want to follow those, the AMCs and the COSs and the GMEs and all the other ones, go right ahead. I may not talk about them very much, okay? I don't want to get too distracted. I am also looking at Nautilus, NLS. It was NLS, had the earnings on the 22nd. It is now at the low of yesterday. And I mean, look, it's got some room. I mean, 1741 in this area on the daily chart. So if it wants to keep going down. Now I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I kind of like to see things settle down a little bit. No, it's a symbol name change from SNNS. Is that SSNS? I think that's what somebody said. Yeah, no, it's definitely a symbol name change. Okay, so socket, SCKT actually kind of drifting down a little bit here. This is a earnings play. Release earnings after hours. That mauve area that you see on our charts, that is the after hour action yesterday. This is the pre-market right here. That rosy color. All right, guys, DYNT. So what are you doing now? DYNT pre-market high was 305. We have a halt, guys. Okay, you know what it is. Don't have to. And it's on the way down. All right, what is the SPY doing right off the bat here? So a little bit of a green candle to start. Dow is down a little, Nas is down a little, SPY is down a little. Had a big rebound yesterday in the Qs. Let's see if that can maintain. Okay, so the CCIV, again, for those of you following it, CCIV, over 30 now. Pretty good consolidation on the 5-minute chart in the pre-market, actually, and now a nice break. And, of course, I'll be waiting for the moving higher with unusually strong option activity. This one. See how many we get today. All right, so this one is coming back. This when I say this one, I'm sorry. SSNT is coming back. I mean, it hit 1347 in the pre-market. It is trying to come back. It's a very, very low flow. So you've got to be awfully careful. Because as quickly as it goes up, it can move down as quickly or even more quickly. So just be very, very careful. Well, this is the one. Okay, this is the one. So this is, they did a private placement, ASLAN, and the stock is up. That's the one I was trying to remember. Meanwhile, okay, FSR After that, typically this is why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. You get action, you get all this whippy action in the first 15 minutes. And yes, I will miss the ones that, start strong out of the gate and keep going. I will miss them. I get it. But I've just seen too many occurrences of stocks that just do this sort of action in the first 15. So RVLV is an earnings play. Nice little gap up. And this is an all-time high now. RVLV is an all-time high. This is also an earnings play. PDCE is an earnings play. Now, what sort of room does it have? Well, maybe. I mean, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 36.49. So it's, a little bit close. This area right here is a little bit close. Ah! You know what happened here? Let's just see. Okay, it did take it. It didn't take it originally because it went so fast. So this is from the... this is from the option. I may even put a delay on this one. I don't like it right off the bat. We'll see what happens here. So let's see, this is not an earnings play. You want to make sure this is not an earnings play. It's an all-time high now for GMBL. Okay, so this is one of those guys, one of the ones from the WSB. SSNT was halted on the way, looks like it was halted on the way up. It is gapping down now. Well, guys, again, I was mentioning the CCIV on the 30 break. A lot of you are following this one, so it has been nice so far. All right, well, an early one from the AI, obviously a big winner, 46.78 on the alert, up to $50, $51. It's outside of the range I like to trade, but definitely a good winner there. Look at NCLH. So these cruisers drive me crazy. Look at NCLH. It looked really pretty good pre-market. Released earnings. But market opens and it just, it's either just a huge amount of profit taking or People don't just believe it. They just don't believe it. What do I have here for an offset? $0.15. So it looks like it just must have just kissed 15 cents because that's. Yeah, Adil, it's going to be awfully hard. I mean, you might have to send, again, the files to. That sounds like it's an IB issue. 2,000 in the account. Man, it's not a lot of money. Okay, guys. Now, obviously, I'd be out of this one if I'm paying attention. I would never let it go down that much, but so let me exit it. So I'm probably going to put a maybe at least a 10-minute delay. In fact, I'll do that right now. I think what I'm going to do is I will edit the trading strategy, entry time. So I will move this to, say, 9:45. Wow, look at CDXE, guys. CDXC. It's not. Yeah, it doesn't trade options very much. It's only 116 contracts. That's why it won't show up. Man, what a 2 weeks this has had. 5 up to 12 now. Yes, I thought maybe this was going to get halted. Yeah, it's hard for me to help you there, Adele. You might have to send your log. If you click on help and then where it says send files to support so they can take a look, okay? It's impossible for me to help you. Boy, the CDXE is, what did they do? Phase 3, this is on the 24th. This was actually after hours. Okay, this was after hours yesterday. New phase 3 clinical study finds nutritional, and that's where the headline cuts off. Yeah, look how whippy that is. Look how whippy FSR was. Look at that bottoming tail in the 15-minute chart. Right back up. Okay, so now it is, oops. Now we're starting to get some on my watch list. I put a delay in these two for 15 minutes on purpose. Try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, so again, the ASLM, this is the one that did an 18 million. So it's not huge. It's an $18 million private placement. Not huge. $5. Let's put a, oh, this looks like it's taking out 5 right now. Okay, now again, be careful on this one. This is one of those Wall Street bets stocks, EXPR. That's funny, Zach. Well, and there it goes. There it goes, Gamble, GMBL. Maybe just based on that tweet. So the original alert came in at 21.16, 22.48 now. I adjusted in, you don't have to do it, okay? I adjusted it here because I'm auto trading the entries. All right, so I adjusted it here, edit trading strategy and order details, sorry, entry time. So I slid the slider over to 9:45. Again, you don't have to do that. If you're not, I'm just sort of practicing this auto trading on the entries. It's been working out pretty well. Okay, so Derek, if you're new, I'm sharing all my scans here. If you click on the my homepage tab right there, click on the homepage tab. Just one moment, please. Thank you, Dreamer. Yes, you're right. Thank you very much. I'm on mute. Okay, move over just a little bit here. Just a minute. All right, guys, ASLN looks like it. I mean, there's room looking left on that monthly chart. 815, there is room. Then you got a problem, right? Kidding, of course. Keep an eye on this ASLN. I mean, I'd love to see it hold as 5 the way it is. It's not a super low float, 36 million in the float, so it's not super low. But look at the room it's got on that monthly chart. Let's see if it can hold 5 well. See, it's just one of these ones. I mean, that 5 is a psychological number, in my opinion. Yeah, so I'm glad I waited. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of, yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at this NCLH, NCLH. I'm sure CCL is doing the same thing. I mean, that looked pretty darn encouraging. Pre-market, released earnings. They painted a very rosy picture for 2022. And so, you know, the market reacted. The market opens, splat. And my guess is that CCL is doing exactly the same thing. And the answer is yes. In RCL, the 3 big cruisers. I mean, this is pretty whippy too. So Gamble got up to 23, 28, down to 21.40. Ugly now, guys. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Big indecision, you know. Oh, very glad I waited. I wanted to see how well it was holding over 5. It was, you know, 505, 508, 505, 507, and it was, you know, just looking like it wanted to hold, and then all of a sudden, boom, right through 5, and now here we are. And this is a shortable stock, too. Interesting. For me, anyway, at Interactive Brokers. Big bounce for Nautilus. Let's see if it takes out 20. NLS. Yeah, big bounce for Nautilus. The high yesterday was 21.15. Okay, what is the market doing? Let's see. So Dow's down a little, SPY's down, NAS is down a little. So nothing dramatic either direction for the major indices. Meanwhile, look at this. So there was an alert here. My new highs, basic new highs for CDXC at 1174. There's $1. It did pull back almost to the alert price, and then it just started moving again. All-time high. Again, new phase 3 clinical study. Let me see if I can see the whole headline now. Finds nutritional protocol including some long names. Accelerates recovery in, this is a COVID play. Okay, didn't realize that. So this is a virus play actually for CDXC. Okay, just give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And let's see, what do we have here? Just looking left on this monthly chart. Okay, so this has a little bit of room, okay? The NCYB, it has come into the option plays, okay? Just over the whole number. When you look left, well, actually when you look left, you see a high of 1379. So I mean that's far enough away on a percentage basis if it wants to get even close to that. So let's just see how well it holds this 13. I'm just kind of watching this to see how well this holds. So the alert was at 13.15. So I'm just going to put another price alert in that area and see if it starts to move. I mean, it doesn't have a ton of room. I mean, it's not, I wouldn't call this like having a lot of room. You look left and it's got maybe 60 cents if it can get up to the high here. I mean, if it could do it, great, because that would be a nice percentage move. But rather see something with more room. Again, when I say room, I'm talking about looking left on these higher time frames, the daily, weekly, and the monthly chart. Check to see where the next high is. Very whippy, this gamble, GMBL. Okay, so look at ASLN. So it got all the way down, boy, I mean, 475, and now it popped right back up to 520. These are big percentage swings. But maybe this will allow it to keep going. I mean, this has room. I mean, look at the difference. You look left on this monthly chart. The next high is 818 from 508. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get here, but contrast that with the other one, the NYCB. And when you look left, the next high is a lot closer. It's 1379. The stock's at 1312. Doesn't mean it won't be a decent play, but you know the ASLN is not an options play though. It doesn't trade options. Sorry, I do. Okay, there goes ASLN, guys. You know, this one, this might be a little more calmer on the nerves. It has almost $500 million in the float, 400, this one, NYCB. So you wouldn't expect it to be incredibly whippy. So I guess this was a pretty good, 1684. What did it get up to? Actually, it was a great alert. $16.84, and it got all the way up to $18.60. Checking to see $4.88, so it's still hanging around that $5 level. And now I'm talking about the ASLN. This one's, I'm afraid to look, $3.96. Yeah. And then the SINT, $2.69. So it really didn't move. So this is what I would be doing, is just resetting an alert up in this area and seeing if it takes it back later on in the day. It did get up to $3 in the pre-market before it pulled all the way back, and that is the SINT. So Aja, is that one of your favorites, ASLN? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Not shortable for me and Interactive Brokers, GME. Look at all, yeah, guys, you guys are really hot in that swing trading. So guys, I do have a swing trading tab right here in the main room. There's the tab. So if you want to join in a discussion, I don't swing trade very much, so I rarely attend. But this is, I put this tab here for you guys who are interested in swing trades. All right, so yeah, this is a move down with the SPY. This is a move down, and you know the techs are maybe getting a little beat up again. NAS is down 100. So like everything else, you know, if the market's going to move against us like this, and it's going to continue down, you know, again, these trades, these alerts we're getting will be a little bit suspect. You know, the market doesn't have to be moving higher. It just doesn't have to be moving down. and yet, so this is what we're looking for, though. This is a classic alpha stock, ASLN. You know, it's a little bit choppy on the 2, not too bad on the 5, but this is what we call an alpha stock. It doesn't really care what the market's doing. You know, market's putting in a big red candle here. Look at this big green candle. So this is, you know, what we call an alpha stock. And those are the ones that we really strive to find. If you get, you know, if you get into stocks that are too beholden to the market, then, you know, the market can turn on a whim and move up and down. It can just sort of make your life a little bit miserable. So that's why we always try to find these alpha stocks that kind of trade on their own within reason. I mean, if all of a sudden the market just, you know, crashes down 1,000 points, probably nothing would be going up. I mean, this is kind of alpha because it hasn't, there is the 15-minute candle. It's red, but it's not dropping more. But it's a bank. It's a regional bank, I guess. So we'd have to look. Then the next step then is to, I share this. This is one of the scans I share. Take a look at the sector that you're trying to get into. So this is a regional bank. So take a look. I mean, this is not great. I mean, it is positive, but dropping. You see, there's KRE. It's just barely positive. That's one of the ETFs. And KBE looks like it's flat, but it is dropping. So you want to take one of these regional banks just because we get an alert here. I'd be checking to see how is the sector doing also, not just the overall market. How is Macy's doing? Is it over that 9? Well, yeah. Well, you know what? It's not doing badly. You're right. I mean, I'd like to see it take out. I was waiting yesterday for it to take out the high of the day before. It briefly did, but then it dropped. So the high there is 1609. The high there is 1606. So yeah, I mean, listen, if it can take, I mean, it's definitely going against the market right now. Let's see, it takes out maybe 1617. I'll stick an alert. Try to get it far enough away from 16 and then look left. Look at all the room it's got. And of course, this was an earnings play. And look at that. It hit it already. This was an earnings play a couple of days ago. And it did okay. I mean, that big bottoming tail was really a result of the overall market just being trashed. And then the market recovered, and so did Macy's. All right, guys. Well, the NCYB. I mean, I don't expect a lot out of it because, again, I think that the resistance right here is 1379. So, I mean, that's far enough away on a percentage basis, but I don't expect a lot, especially if the market's maybe trying to put in a bit of a bounce here. Well, so far this is definitely a nice alpha stock, ASLN. So I think that's the one they did a merger and a reverse split. So it is now VIRX Torps. That's what somebody told me this morning. Okay, that's what's going on with it. All right. Hey, well, listen. I mean, it's moving, guys. NYCB, inch by inch, big float. I don't expect a massive pop or anything, but it is moving. Well, I don't know what a good exit price is. I mean, somebody asked, what is a good exit price for ASLN? Well, if you look left, I mean, there's the next high looking left. I'm not saying you'll wait till latest 828, but it has to be, well, when you get into a trade, you have to know where your stop is, all right? And then what I'd be doing is looking at multiples of that stop. So let's just say, for argument's sake, your stop was 20 cents away and you're up 40 cents. So you're already at a 1 for 2, okay? Now, some people say, only wait for a 1 for 3. But you can maybe start taking some out. I mean, but I can't, it has to be according to your trading plan. But, there's no resistance to it for quite a while, so. All right, well, it did not continue. I almost thought I should take this out right here. I just don't, I mean, look what the market's doing. And again, this is a bank. Um, yeah, I mean, it's kind of trading a little bit on its own, but its sector is not, it's not like this. Well, let's take a look here. KBE and KRE, those are the two regional bank ETFs. So what time frames? I've got it. Here are my charts that are all linked to 2, 5, 15, and then the monthly, weekly, and daily charts. And why I have these higher time frames? Because again, most of the alerts that I see are at the high of the day. So that's all I'm doing then is I'm saying, okay, great, you're at the high of the day. Where could you keep going before you're going to encounter some chart resistance on the higher time frames? So that's why I'm always looking left then on the higher time frames to see what sort of near-term resistance there is. Okay, so I mean, this was short-lived. The ASLN was come right back down. I mean, look at this 15-minute chart for Gamble. I mean, big topping tail up here, 20 up to 23.27. Big bottoming tail down here. So what it was that? So that dropped over $3. But the buyers did move it back higher. Yeah, so you can't set up, when you say, Omar, when you say a new AI, you can set up your own strategies for low floats. Okay, it's got nothing to do with the AI. The AI has a series of strategies. One of them, may look at low float situations, but you can't set up that's not the way. But you can set up your own. In fact, I am sharing one. I'll just pop my homepage link so you can take a look at it. So, but it's got nothing to do with the AI. So if you click on that link, Omar, then you will click on my home page. You'll be brought to this page right here. And then click on the scan section right here. Click here. And one of the ones I've got is low floaters on the move. So you can take a look at this one. You can adjust it if you want, but this is one that's low floaters on the move. It's got nothing to do with the AI. Hopefully that makes sense. So even this one, a little bit choppy, big topping tail up here to $12.99. Comes down to 12, so it drops $1. Has come right back up. CDXC, relatively low float. Well, that's by design, Fred. I mean, you wouldn't want to take it every time it makes a new high. So it only takes the first alert. Wow. New phase 3 clinical study. So, okay, again, this is a virus play, okay? CDXC is a virus play. You're right. I mean, this has been, so there's a pop, $23 pop almost from the bottom here. So what do you get though? You know, an 8.8 million float, so it's very low. It's already traded 6.8 million shares, so this will easily trade the float multiple times today. Oh, just a minute. And my little assistant has shown up. You can hear her in the background. Yeah, I mean, I just didn't have the wherewithal to hold it. I mean, 2074, now 2346. Calvin, yeah, because I don't connect live, so let me just do a quick check. I'll ask the guys, okay? I'll go into our support and just see. Oops. All right, Calvin, I'm just waiting to see if anybody responds. Just somebody's typing an answer out here. So Michael Noss, who you probably know or heard of anyway, he says it's working fine. So there are no known issues, no. So no, I don't do that. I don't have a giant layout. Okay, you know, you can pick and choose which ones you want. Go to my homepage and pick and choose the scans that you might want. You know, if I had a giant layout, it'll be too much. All right, so just go to my homepage and go to the scan section and pick and choose the ones you want. Calvin. And the Dreamers is piping in here saying not having any issues. Yeah, so it was suggested it's on your local computer. Wow, 10:22 already. It's been a fairly quick morning. So I think what I'll do right now is welcome everybody into the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format. Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. I'm just watching. No, see, there's an AI alert that I missed that I would have loved to have taken. It's right in my price range, 1539, 1605 right now for the WKHS. I'm going to go over the AI in a bit, but first, I want to go to my homepage and show you what you can get from my homepage. So I put in the YouTube room, I put my homepage link. So, yeah, I don't differentiate Renee between them. I think it's I don't want to say ridiculous. If you were in the Q&A yesterday, even Brad said internal discussion about getting rid of the idea of having AI segments. To me, it makes no sense. It makes no difference, and I'll explain that when I talk a little bit about the AI. Okay. But first, I just want to talk about what you can find from my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, so in the trading room, this main trading room, find the tab that says Barry's homepage, and then click on the link. And here is a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. So you click on that, and I'm going to show you how much it will cost. We have 4 plans. So on an annual basis, our premium service is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. That's on an annual basis. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. There are some other differences, but the main reason people will take our premium service is because they want to have access to the AI, which I will go over. You don't have to take an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. Standard is $118, premium is $228. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. So please listen to me carefully on that. We get a lot of comments about, hey, how come I'm being charged the normal rate the second month? The discount's only good for the first month. Otherwise, why would anybody take out an annual subscription? More information, trade of the week. It had one good day this week. It's actually an earnings play. I don't think Steve realized it until too late. But you can sign up for the trade of the week. And it's delivered to you before the market opens on Monday mornings, usually about half an hour before. I do a recap, a little bit of a recap. I'm going to be changing the format a little bit, maybe just zeroing in on one stock and making the recap videos quite a bit shorter. All the scans that I am sharing right here. Very popular link, I think, or section in my homepage. And this one, the moving higher with unusually strong options, especially. But a lot of other scans that I'm sharing, all right? Education, big education link section is right here. And within that, I always like to put this one on its own because, listen, if you're new to trade ideas, you might look and say, my goodness, how am I going to learn all this stuff? Well, first of all, you don't have to learn everything. That's the first thing, okay? Yeah, we've got a ton of alerts, a ton of filters. You don't have to learn them all. I probably use about 0.5% of the filters and alerts. well, we have enough alerts and filters, hopefully, to satisfy most people's needs in putting together their own scans, if that's what they want to do. But I digress. If you take a look at the short lessons, this is what you're going to find. Starting off with literally downloading it in the channel bar, but also what is a top list, building one, what is an alert window, creating one, the single stock window that you see up here. These are very quick. They're not videos. You can certainly do it in less than 20 days. So again, if you're new to trade ideas, I would really strongly encourage, before you start to wonder, well, how do I do anything? Look at this, okay? The 20 short lessons. If you don't have trade ideas, you can do the same thing. You can see, just some of the basic features that we have. Daily support sessions. So I moderate a YouTube room at the same time as this main room from 9 to noon. Then I take a break, and one of the other traders takes over between noon and 1 o'clock. I'll pop the link in before I do take my break. Today is Jamie. Today is Jamie. And the people the traders who take over that room from between 12 and 1 are way more swing traders than I am. So if that's more in tune to what you like to do, then I would encourage you to head. It's a Q&A also. I mean, it's not just swing trading, but they're a little bit more into swing trading than I am. So you can ask some questions there. Here's the free trading room. This is this room right here. That's the free trading room here. They're both free. Free in that you don't have to be even a subscriber to our service. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Again, they're all free. You can sign up for them all right here. Some educational videos here. And some trading ebooks that we put together. So there is a lot of information from my home page right there, okay? Just sizing this the room over here. Okay, so now I just want to talk a little bit about what Trade Ideas is if you're new. So we're a scanner. That's what we are. If you want to trade, you need a broker. Okay, but we are a scanner. And so what you see here, these are some, an alert window means I'm going to get real-time alerts. And so what I did here, this is a very basic, that's why it's called the basic new highs and lows. So this is what I did, and I share this one. So here are the filters I'm using. I like to see stocks between 1 and 20. I want to see abnormal volume. That's what that 4 means. It's a ratio. Minimum of 400,000 shares, up at least 4% or down 4% from the open, etc. These are the filters that I'm using. So for instance, if you like the concept of a basic new highs and lows, you can load this. But of course, if you have a different idea about what you want to trade, the price range, or a minimum volume or whatever, you of course can make the changes. But so this is just a scan that I put together. So every time, back this up, every time a stock meets these filter requirements and it makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. These are all real-time alerts. So we took a different idea when I think Trade Ideas started in 2003. Instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, what we did was this. We said, okay, let's create a lot of different alerts. These are all these real-time alerts. I'm using the new high, new low, but there are a lot of real-time alerts. And these icons, these are all the filters. So we created a lot of filters, a lot of alerts, and I would say that 98% of you out there, if you want to create your own kind of idea, what you want to see, these are ideas, right? These are not, when I get an alert, it doesn't mean take the trade. These are ideas. This is what the program is called, Trade Ideas. So you might say, well, what do you do? Well, what I do is then I'm starting to look at the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart, see, okay, where could this go? Also, of course, I'm looking at these other time frames. If a stock has moved straight up, 10, 15-minute candles in a row up, and I get the alert, I'm not going to take it because, in my mind, it's extended, even if there was a lot of room looking left on the daily and the weekly and monthly chart. Give me a moment here. So again, that's the concept of trade ideas. You can create your own scans with the filters and alerts that we have. You don't have to learn a programming language. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the AI. Now I'll get to the AI. So what happens is that once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine of, I think we have about 50 baseline strategies. And so that's what happened once the market closed last night. So out of those 50, Gamble's a star. NYCB is not quite a star, but certainly Gamble, GMBL is a star from the, you had the wherewithal to hang on through the dips. Anyway, let me get back to the AI. So once that optimization routine was completed, these, out of the 50, these were the strategies that made the cut. So, I like to say this every day. I don't care what strategies made the cut. I don't care from what Holly, and we have 3 segments. I wouldn't worry about the segments, okay? I just would, forget about what segment, what do they mean. This is what I would do. And so if you're going to ask, well, why do we have the segments? That's a good question now. Okay, I think ultimately we'll get rid of the segments. So this is what I would do. I'd go up to our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, the Trades window. This is what you'll see. Do we really care? Do we really care where these alerts are coming from? I don't see why. All I care about is give me the alerts. Show me the alerts. When you get an alert, you'll have an entry time. It's a real-time entry. You don't have to take it, right at the moment. You'll have a stop. This is a short, of course, so that's why the stop is above the. And look, it's pretty good. RCL, just like the rest of those cruisers are moving down in CLH and CCL. So pick this one. So you have an entry time, an entry price, and you have a stop. Basically up to you to manage the trades. There are no videos on how to use Holly. What I would do is just have this window up, use it like a watch list all day long. Once you have this window up, you should make it part of your layout. Add it to your layout, so you don't have to do this every day. We get no alerts pre-market or after hours. The earliest alert is 9:35. Okay, so that's what the AI is all about. Okay, now I do want to talk about this program you see, or this window that you see right here called Brokerage Plus. And this is only available with a downloadable app, okay? If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. And you'll see it says Brokerage Plus. You'll see one says Live and one says Sim for simulation, paper trading. I'm in paper trading mode right now, but I'll go over. First of all, I do want to talk a little bit about the Live. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, okay, just a moment, please. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, so if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use this window Okay, this window here that we call Brokerage Plus to trade your interactive broker's account. You would click on live, you'll connect, but before, of course, you do all that, you have to watch this video. Okay, I'm exiting this. I exited it in my real account. Okay, I'm exiting this NYCB. Look what the market's doing, guys. You see, so I was a little skeptical that it would really move that much. Look what the market's doing. It's putting in another red bar here. And when you look at the regional bank, KBE, now look what's happening, KBE and KRE. So that's why, I would encourage you when you're starting out, I know it seems like a lot, but, have a SPY chart. See how the overall market is working, all right? You want to get into a trade, you'd like to see the market at least, unless it's a true alpha stock that literally doesn't care what the market's doing. If you're going to get into something, though, a lot of stocks will track what the market's doing. So you want to go long. It might be a little difficult when the market is doing what it's doing, and then you can also check the segment you want to get into. So I was watching where is it now? The KRE, and the KRE is one of the ETFs for the regional banks, of which NYCB is one of them. So, you're unless NYCB had some extraordinary news on its own, it's more than likely going to track what its segment is or what its sector is doing. Okay, so try to get that into your head. All right, did I copy that link? Just a minute, please. I just want to see if I copied the link. Okay, so what I've done is I've put a link that's called B Plus Connections, okay? So disregard anything other than the IB connection. If you have an interactive broker's account, you can then use this window that we call Brokerage Plus. You would click on live, and now you're connected to your interactive broker's account, and you can trade from within Trade Ideas using this window. So why would you want to do that? Well, you can do some, first of all, I think it's more aesthetically pleasing than from within IB. That's one thing, but that if that were the only reason, that it wouldn't be that big a deal. But you can do things like this, and again, you have to watch the video and it shows you how you can do it. So let's just say I click on I click on socket SCKT. I look at the chart and I look, I wouldn't mind trading that right now. I go back, I right click, you see where it says trade, and then this box pops up. So again, if you watch the video, you can set up your own buying and shorting options. This is what we call one-click trading. You just pick how you want to trade it. Okay, you just click it and it's done. And again, you watch that video and it's going to show you how you do that. There are other aspects to it, of course, but that's probably one of the main ones that you can trade from within, create your own buying and shorting ideas, and just one-click trading. These are hotkeys. I wanted to get out of that trade, so I highlighted it and I click and I flattened. Flatten gets you out of a trade. Half gets you at a half, and you can double. So that is if you have an interactive broker's account, you can use this window called Brokers Plus to trade. The other huge reason to have this is as a simulator, paper trader. So if you're new to trading, I would encourage you so mightily that before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Trading's not easy, okay? Practice trading. And it's so simple, you just click on the simulator. And again, this is only available in the application. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. You click on the simulator, and now you're in simulation mode. We give you $100,000 to start, okay? And so you can practice trading. And it's really simple. It doesn't matter who your broker is, because it's using our real-time data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. So don't think that you have to have an Interactive Brokers account in order to use our simulator. That's not the case. It doesn't matter who your broker is. So, you click on an alert and the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. If you're new, you're probably not going to short too much, but if you know about shorting and you just want to practice, then sell. If you want to go long, which is what most people want to do, you buy. I think I saw it on mine. I'm pretty sure I did see it on mine. SCKT. I'll have to look. Give me a moment, Rich. I just want to go over this, the paper trading, and then if I forget, just remind me, and I'll take a look at my pre-market actives, and I'll go back in time and see if SCKT was there. Okay. On mine. I want to make sure there's nothing crazy going on. Yeah, low float, right price range. Okay, so I'll take a look at mine, and I'll check to see if it was there. Yikes! Something is not dead. You know what we're talking about. Okay, so what I like to demonstrate is how you can take, say, a pullback trade. You want to get into something if it pulls back to a certain level. Let's just take a look. I mean, again, I'm just demonstrating how you do it. Let's just take a look at SINT. Let's just say he said, well, yeah, I like this, but I want to take it on a pullback. Maybe down to this level here. Looks like there's a bit of a support area here. So if it got down here, I'd like to take the trade. Okay. So you pick how many shares you want to take. Let's go 400 shares. I'm going to put at a 240. Again, I'm not saying I would do this. I'm just demonstrating how you can do it. So I've put 240 in both boxes. I'm going to click on the buy button and look what happens. So if SINT gets down to 240, it'll take the trade. Okay, now let's just say the market is, I don't want to do it anymore. Maybe at this time, maybe the market was moving higher, or maybe I was looking at something differently, but now I'm in a different mindset. I can always cancel that. I don't have to leave it here. I would just go to the orders, and I would just cancel the order. Okay, so if I don't like what I see, I don't have to leave it here, of course. So that's one way to do it. We could have also done it another way. Let's just say I really wanted to take it if it broke the high of the day. So I could have put the price above the high of the day and taken the trade there. Yeah, GEO and CXW on the move here. These are the prison stocks. Okay, so that is demonstrating how you can take a pullback, a trade if it pulls back to a certain level. Okay, conditional buy order basically. Now let's. Oh, I see Geo showed up here too. So let's take a look at Geo here. So one of my pet peeves of our charts, I don't know why it does this. You notice how normally I'll get a little pop-up showing me what the high is. Sometimes I don't. I have to put another symbol in and then go back. Don't know why it does that. Okay, so there's what I was looking at. So the high of that candle is 784. And looking left, the high over here is 8. Well, let's just take the trade, okay? I just want to show you how you take the trade. I mean, you see there's the symbol. It's showing up here. Okay, I'm gonna buy at the market. It's only a 1 cent spread. So there is 772, okay? $7.72. And I'm going to put a stop. I'm going to put this, I just want to demonstrate how you do it. I'm going to put it at 161. It's just at the low here. 161, 761. It's going to be very tight. You're going to see why I'm doing this. And I might get stopped out immediately, but that's okay. I'm just demonstrating how you do it. So you see right there, if this gets down to 761, it'll stop me out for a $42 loss. So you'll see that the stop is, well, okay, I should have put it at 760. Let's pretend I put it at 762. Well, in fact, I'll just adjust it. You're going to see why I'm putting it at 762. Okay, so there we are. So I'm in at 772. My stop is 762. Now I just wanted to put, I'm just trying to make the math really easy. So when you get into a trade, guess what? They're not all going to work. And you have to come, that's the reality of trading, all right? They're not all going to work. That's fine. I mean, if you have something that trades pretty successfully, you're never going to get 100% success. So some of them are not going to work. So you have to have an out. You have to have a price in which you're getting out of the trade when it doesn't work. And that's what we call a stop. And the stop should be based on something. It's not just, I mean, I put 10 cents away because I'm going to show you, because it's going to make the math easy. It wouldn't have been a bad stop, really, I suppose, because, it's down here. There are the 2-minute candles. Okay, so if it broke down through here, that looks like, I mean, this area looks like a decent support. So that wouldn't have been probably the worst stop in the world. Very tight, but there you go. And so, again, if you're sitting there wondering, well, how do I know where to put a stop? Well, that is why you have to practice trading. Okay, knowing where to put a stop is so key. And putting a stop is not, well, every trade I get into, I have a 10-cent stop or 25-cent stop or 20-cent stop. It has to be based on a few things. Look at the chart, look to see where it looks like there's some support. And if you're wondering, well, how am I going to know that? That'll come with some experience. You look at these bottoming tails on the 5-minute, they hit this level a couple of times. It did not break. So that might be a support area. Some might want to use a moving average. There are different ways of placing stops, but it has to be based on something, not just, well, every trade I have a 10-cent stop. So once you get that, into your mindset, the next thing is, how much am I going to risk per trade? So you've got your stop, and when you get into a trade, you have to know where your stop is before you take the trade. Because this is going to help, this is going to share size you. So if you have a stop, if you can afford, it depends on your account size, of course. If you have a $5,000 account, you are not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So let's just say, based on your account size, you can risk $100 a trade. In this particular case, then, this will share size you, because you're not going into every trade, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade, 400 shares, whatever. You're going to, based on your entry and where your stop is, that'll dictate how many shares you'll take. In this particular case, with a 10-cent stop, and if you're going to risk $100 a trade, you just do some simple math. You divide 10 cents into $100, so you get 1,000 shares. So you could have taken 1,000 shares, because if it works against you, 1,000 shares times 10-cent stop equals $100. Okay? So if you get, really trying to emphasize that whole aspect of knowing where you're going to get out, and then that'll help your share size. No update. I don't have an update on the E-Trade automation, no. I know it's being diligently worked on, but I have no update. I can't tell you, yes, it'll be available next week. So here's the other aspect. So you've listened to me talk about stops, and you think, okay, I get it. Stop nagging me about it. I'll put my stop in. I've share sized accordingly. And then the next thing is that it starts to work down. The price starts to work down to your stop. And then you start the second guessing. Is that the right stop? Did I place it in the right area? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's too tight. Maybe I should lower my stop. And so you lower it. Well, you can actually lower it right on the chart. I start lowering my stop. The price keeps approaching that new lower stop, and you keep lowering it and lowering it because you think, man, this is such a great setup, and I've heard great things, etc., etc. And you'll do it. I'll guarantee it. You'll do it. But that's why practice first in the simulator, okay? Practice. And eventually, again, practice in the simulator first. Eventually, you keep lowering your stop. Instead of that nice $100 manageable exit, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500. And then finally you get out. You say, well, that wasn't good. So here's the deal. You leave this stop, you leave that line in here. Okay, it takes all of the emotion out of your stops. It hits the stop, it takes you out of the trade. Okay? And I want to say it's that simple. It's going to be hard, the discipline, because, we get very stubborn as traders and we can't believe it's not working. Or, this is what could happen. You disobey your stop, you start moving it down, and then it bounces. Okay, and it really moves. You go, see there. That's why I knew I was right. I'm glad I disobeyed my stop on this one because I knew I was right. Again, another recipe for disaster. Okay, you'll get lucky a few times. Okay, but the couple times you're not lucky and you keep reducing your stop can wipe out your account if you get very, very stubborn about it. Okay, so I'm off my soapbox. And now let's take a look at some opportunities. And the reason I do this every day is because, this is a free room. We'll have new traders coming or new novice, never traded before. And so it's not that I teach trading. I'm not going to teach you, candlestick reading and all of that. But, the only thing I'd like to emphasize is risk management. Without risk management, you won't last long. Yeah, it's just stocks because I have my I'll call it my ETF blocker in there. With the earnings per share. All right, let me get to you now, Rich. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna load my pre-market actives and let's just see what I would have seen. Where are you? Okay. And there's socket there, but let's just see what happened. Time frame. And I'm gonna go back. Just before the market opened, so I just want to okay, so it showed up in mine. I don't know why it didn't show up in yours, but this is just before the market opened. Okay, I could go back further, but I'm almost 100% sure it would have kept showing up. It's on your end, yes. You can have this one if you want to replace. It's up to you. So Richard's question was, he was saying, how come socket for his pre-market actives that he's using, why didn't it show up on his? And so I wanted to go to mine just to see if it showed up on mine, and there it is, just before the market opened. And I guarantee it would have been showing up earlier than that too. So again, okay, so I can give you it. Yeah, I'm surprised though, because I don't think I've really made any changes, but I'll give it to you. But just for fun, I'm going to go to mine that I'm sharing, and let's just see. Give me a moment. I just want to adjust this time. I want to see. Oops, earlier. Well, there it is. So I don't know. Maybe you just missed it. Just one moment, please. Okay, Rich. So I don't know. I'm using the pre-market share that I share with everybody, and it's right there. Maybe you just missed it. Maybe you had it sorted on another column or something. But there it is. This is like 5 minutes before the market opened. Maybe you edited it. Yeah. I actually enjoy that sort of question. It kind of makes me think, so figure out why certain things happen. Oh yeah, no, you're on your own now. You're definitely on your own now. MGY. Yeah, this was one yeah, it has turned into a nice short. This is one that I actually wanted to short yesterday. Didn't move enough. It was an earnings play, I believe. Yes, February 23rd. Yeah, so it was an earnings play yesterday. We released earnings the day before yesterday after hours, so that was an earnings play yesterday. I mean, we had a great day. All right, guys, what time is it? 11 o'clock? All right, this one is showing up, STXS. Haven't seen this one for a while. Used to see this one quite a bit. Look at the volume, big volume day for it. It's actually an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Another one, another one that pops way up, comes all the way back down. It's probably why you didn't see it or care about it. Probably the volume wasn't that great either. But it is an earnings play. Released earnings before the market opened. It's a nice break on the weekly, daily, and the monthly. Let's back this monthly or the weekly out to see what where's the next resistance area. You know what? We have to go back, way back. This is a big break here. I mean, I'm going to go back to 2012 or whatever. So there's really no resistance for STXS. Now, will it keep going? That doesn't mean just because there is no resistance doesn't mean it's going to keep going, but okay, so I don't have that, okay, but I'll tell you what, if you go to, I'm talking to you solo, I will give you the homepage link. I think I've seen you in our info at Trade-Ideas. I know that you've asked some questions, so hopefully if you go to our homepage and start a live discussion and ask that very question and see what sort of response you get. I think Michael is there, Michael Noss is there, who uses AWS. I know he's very busy today. I know he's got something on the go, but if he sees it, I'm sure he can help you. I can't because I don't use it. All right, guys. So, this is what's happening now. So the SPY is getting a little bit choppy here. So, we don't have a defined trend really. I mean, it's a little bit of a trend here, but we've got some bottoming tails in the 15-minute chart, as opposed to, for instance, there's a trend, guys. Okay, this is yesterday's SPY 15-minute chart. This makes trading a lot easier. All right, it doesn't mean it's not simple, but when at least if you get into some trades that are following the market, I mean, your likelihood is that they're going to do something like this. Okay, that's what you want to see, a nice trend. Right now we're in a little bit of a chop mode, hard to establish a trend. We had another day, we've got like an hour, almost an hour and a half of straight up, a trend. That's a couple of days ago, I think. So this is what makes trading a little bit hard when the market is chopping around. You can get chopped out of trades yourself. Don't know. I don't know. I think I don't know what they are. I see that on our charts every now and then. I really don't know what they are. It only seems to happen, I think, with my SPY chart. Now this one was from a couple of days ago, TMST. This is a pretty strong stock, steel stock. What's X doing? Is the sector doing well? Let's take a look at X, U.S. Steel. No, I mean U.S. Steel is, so this is definitely something that's kind of trading on its own in the sector, TMST. It's had a very nice month from almost a double this month for TMST. And it's above 893. Yeah, so it's above the high of 2 days ago. Of course, it's above yesterday's high. Okay, because of the choppiness of the market, I'm going to flatten out of this geo trade. Okay. Now, a couple things I like to point out: the max P&L and the distance from the exit price. So what this is telling me is that the maximum while I was still in the trade that I could have got out of this trade was $70. I closed out for a $52 gain. Okay, not bad. I mean, rarely you're going to get out right at the absolute high when you're in the trade. Okay. This is the one I really like to, and this one, I probably would never have let this happen. $26 gain is no big deal, but I probably wouldn't have let it turn into a $64 loss. So at one point I was up $26, let it turn into a $64 loss. If I'm not moderating a room and answering questions, and not just here but email, etc., you have to pay way more attention. That's the whole idea of it. So I just can't really do that. But anyway, this is the other one I like. So what this is telling me, this minus 4 cents, this could tell you, because one of the questions comments we always get, why do I get out of trades too soon? My exits are terrible, this and that. Well, this can start to, show you, well, how good are your exits? If you're getting close to the max on your closed, and if you see the distance from the exit price starts turning into a nice big negative number, that's going to tell you, well, that exit was pretty good. Because what does this number mean? This right now, I just exited I just exited Geo. Where I exited, it's 2 cents underneath where I exited, which is good. So if this turns into 10 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents underneath, that means my exit was pretty good. If it's a big positive number, that means, well, I exited too quickly. All right. Okay, so the last, you won't get, yeah, the narrow buy range bar, I'm not, did you click on the help to see what that, I haven't used that ever. We do have a consecutive candles, but it's it's a filter. Are you familiar with the consecutive candle filter that we have? Morning, Jaden. I'm going to type in consecutive. So we do have consecutive candles. So you can say, okay, I only want to see a stock if, the last, in a 1 minute, 2, here are the time frames, 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, and 60, and even a daily. Okay, well, you can say only show me stocks if there are 3 consecutive 5-minute candles up. So you would put 3 here. If you want them down, use a negative number as an example, okay? Okay? So you can try this, the consecutive candles, and see how that works. But that's a filter. So that's going to, you'll be filtering on stocks that have a certain number of consecutive candles. Okay, so Jaden, when you say you are you new to trading in general, or are you just new to trade ideas? I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Jaden, can you hear me? Just waiting for an answer from you. So I can kind of explain a little bit. Okay. If you're new to trading and you're new to trade ideas, the first thing I'm going to say is before you commit money to the market, first of all, did you take our premium service that has access to the AI? Because the first thing I'm going to tell you, okay, and okay, are you using our application or are you using the web-based version? I'm just waiting for an answer. Yeah, you have but are you using our web-based product or do you have a toolbar that looks like this? Hopefully you can see my screen. Do you have a toolbar that looks like this that has this Brokerage Plus up here? Okay, so you've got the app. So you've got a toolbar that looks like this. Okay, here's the first thing. Before you commit money to the market, I'm going to insist that you use our simulator. Okay, you click on Sim, and that puts you into paper trading mode. And so you will practice trading. Okay, you'll practice trading before you commit money to the market. Now, we don't encourage people to use the AI, especially if you're brand new, just and run it completely in auto mode. All right, but if you want to see how it would work, then you have a Holly tab there. Okay, hopefully you can see all this. The other thing is, before you do anything, you should also watch this video. Okay, this will explain simulation trading. Okay, and using Brokerage Plus. But can you see my screen? Because you would click on the AI, the tab up here, and then you would turn all the strategies on. You would highlight all these strategies like I've done, and then enable. The 13 selected, there are 13. You enable them, now they're all on. And then just see how it would work. Do not do it with money, with your real account, okay? Until you've practiced. It's almost like it's a requisite. I'm not sure if you're following me, if you can see what I did. Okay. So before, again, all you have to do is click on the sims. Right there, it says live, and then right beside it is simulation. That'll put you in paper trading mode. If you want to see how the AI would have performed, then you click that tab. Right now it says off, and you just go and you highlight them all. Or okay, you just highlight. They see how I'm sort of highlighting them, and then right click enable, and now they're all turned on. Now you'll be in auto trading mode, and just see how it works. Before you commit money to the market, I forbid you to just do it. Okay? All right, guys, so what is happening now? Okay, so when you say the bar but no drop down, what are you talking about? You have the toolbar. Do you have something that says Brokerage Plus as one of the options? And you should see live and you should see sim. The other thing I'm going to encourage you to do before you go any further, if you're brand new to trading, but you're also brand new to trade ideas, okay? I would encourage you to take a look at the 20 short lessons. Okay, they cover a lot of just the basic features of trade ideas. I think if you you really believe you should do that also. So I don't know what you mean by what did I select. I mean, if you're talking here, okay, and you clicked on simulation where it says SIM. And if you do that, there's, a blank box should show up that looks like this. I mean, there are only two options underneath the Brokerage Plus. One is called Live and one is called Sim. I want you to click on the one that says SIM, Sim, and then this is your box. But I would take the 20 minutes or so to watch that video. Also, it explains Brokerage Plus and how you can use Brokerage Plus and the AI. Okay, because you're going to have question after question after question, and I think most of them will be answered if you watch that video. And I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. After you watch the video, if you have questions, then you can come back. But I sort of force you to watch the video first. Okay. Yes, the Brokerage Plus video. Yes, I posted in the main room. Yes. All right, guys. Well, not getting too many new alerts coming in. So the Geo is not too bad. I mean, it's not anything fun. I mean, it's only up a dime. If it can take, I'm talking about from the options. If it can take out 8, and this one, it was a modest winner for a bit. And then this one, I mean, up and down, up and down. What is it now? I mean, this is, I usually run when I see charts that look like this on a 15-minute. No trend. Topping tails, bottoming tails. Again, if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, you have to realize that at one point, for instance, this green candle was all the way up here. Buyers had it up here. Sellers closed it here. Then the sellers took over, dropped the price down here. The buyers got back and they closed it here. Buyers got rolling again, moved it up here, but the sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried again. Sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried one more time. Sellers knocked it down. And then well, this is up and down. And then eventually the buyers gave up for a while anyway. They said, you know what, you sellers can have it. The sellers knocked it down. And the buyers came back a little bit. You know, it's this war between buyers and sellers constantly. Okay? Yeah, so Jaden, please watch the video first, okay? And it'll explain a lot of these, you know, you're going to have a lot of questions. So I would watch the video first. It's well worth it. So look at tour here. What is this one doing? So the next high looking left for tour is 451. So actually it's a little bit above that. Maybe it's got a little bit of resistance up here around that 5 level. So it may not have that much more room to run. Yeah, so take your time, okay? If you're brand new to trade ideas and you're brand new to trading, you know, trading is not easy. I don't want to, you know, lead you on saying that trading is easy, but at least the 20 short lessons will expose you or show you what trade ideas is all about. And then that Brokerage Plus intro video will also show you how you can use this window. It seems like years ago that I was in this cost pre-market trade. It's really all I took the trade in NYCB, got out basically flat, and then this one, this was a pre-market trade for me, the KOSS. Yeah, that won't be our tech support. It's not our tech support. It would be the developer of the room. Is that widespread? Anybody else using, trying to see the screen share on the iPad and not able to do it? Want to make sure it's just not you. What browser are you using it? Marcus, so you're using it on your iPad, and you can see it. So Safari, okay. What browser are you using, Marcus? Safari also. So it's got to be something with your system, Poe. I mean, Marcus is using the same browser and on an iPad, and it's working. So it's got to be something. Yeah, it's got something to do with you. Meanwhile, CDXC is just severe rippage, guys. Look at this. What a couple of weeks this has had. This is a virus play. One day, and hopefully in the not too distant future, I will not ever say this is a virus play. Well, this one is just now taking out 7, this STXS. I didn't think it had a ton of room, or maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, actually, I guess there's the pre-market high, way up here, $8. I wonder if it can even approach that. Look at the volume. There's a huge volume day for it, 20 times normal. Yeah, so Solo, I mean, we don't recommend pure auto trading the AI. If you want to, and before you do it, I mean, I'm sure you've probably heard me say this before. If you bound and determined that you want to try auto trading the AI, use the simulator first. See how it works. Just see how it works. Okay, before you commit money to the market. I'm not sure I understand that reference, Ija, but okay. Yeah, exactly. Even if you're a pro, I mean, a pro, like, I mean, somebody who's been trading for a while, but if you're a newbie, we almost want to block people. I'm telling you, if you're never traded before, to block them from trading their live account. Oh yeah, Renee. So I said, don't worry about the different segments of the AI. Okay, to me, it's irrelevant. There's a lot of internal talk. We're going to get rid of, the three segments. All I would do is just click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window, and this is your window. Who cares if it's from Holly 2.0 or Grail or Neo? Okay, in my opinion, who cares? Just here are the alerts and follow them. You have the real-time entry. You have, which again, you don't have to take it right on the penny. You can see how it's trading. You have a stop. But again, who cares if this one came from 2.0 or Grail or Neo? That's my personal opinion. So I wouldn't worry about it at all. I wouldn't try to figure out, well, which one should I be using? Just have all of the alerts. So again, just from new AI/Holly strategy trades window, and then you can incorporate this window as part of your layout. So you don't have to load it every morning. You just incorporate it as part of your layout. You won't get anything until at least 9:35. That's the earliest that the AI will start to work. Oh, I see. I may have missed it. Obviously. Hi, Joe. Yeah, it uncomplicates everything, Renee. I mean, that's what it is. It just uncomplicates everything. I think we tend to make the AI, in my opinion, a little too complicated. We have a lot of columns. I think we should really uncomplicate it. Present you the alerts, and then it's kind of up to you to to trade them how you see fit. Not just you, Renee, but anybody. Just getting a little bit of chart lag. Let's see if I just do a little reset. Now here's a trend, guys. Even though we do have a few topping tails and bottoming tails, but there is a trend, okay? I mean, contrast that. I mean, here's the SPY. These are 15-minute candles. There's the SPY. And look at this one. So there is a, pretty good trend. I mean, I don't, I like not see all these topping tails and bottoming tails, but, within reason, that's not bad. And so this is what we would call an alpha stock trading on its own. I actually think I have IMMR. Yeah, it's on the watch list. It hasn't triggered because it hasn't taken out yesterday's high. That's one of the reasons. But yeah, it's possible. You know, I mean, it's holding 11 nicely. Okay, so when you say you're okay, so Joseph, when you say you're trying to load it, do you have a do you have a collaboration link? That's just a coincidence, Jaden. Okay, that's not what it zeroes in on. It's just a coincidence. So Joseph, do you have the cloud link? Because I don't have, I don't have a link like that. But do you know how to load something if you have the cloud link? Okay, so you have it. Okay, so all you have to do, and I'll demonstrate. Okay, so hopefully the link looks something like that, right? It should say cloud. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So Joseph, it should start off like that. Trade ideas slash cloud. Ah, you have to get a cloud link then. Apparently not then. But did it look like that? Yeah, I understand. I do understand, but did the link look like that? Yeah, I don't have that. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I can't help you there, Joseph. I mean, what I'm trying to say, but when you say you have it, you had a cloud link, and when you clicked on it, it said not available or something like that. That means he's deleted it or something. Because when I click on the link, it goes into a browser, into a new tab in the browser. Then I just copy this, and then I'll go back. Okay, so I just copy the link and then file load from cloud. File load from cloud. And the link should appear without you even having to do anything. No, every now and then it may be blank. I've never seen it, but if it was blank, then you would just paste it in, Control V it in, and then load it. So if you're getting something that says not found, or then he's deleted it. He has deleted it from. Okay, maybe you're not. Again, when you click this, you should get a new website or a new website. It should load into a new tab in your browser, and then you just copy it. You just copy the link. I see how I've highlighted it, and I Control C. I have copied the link. Once I've copied the link, then I file load from cloud, and that link will appear in here already. See how it's the same? See, it ends in EO6, EO6. So when you say when it says load, it doesn't. Then he must have deleted the link or something. Because if you load, it should load the link. It loaded it. I mean, it's right here. I just loaded it. It showed up on another scan or another window. I did it twice. Well, then when you say if it does that, then what exactly more do you want? If it shows you the window, what more do you want? Let's put it this way, Joseph. Can you load my link? Can you load? Whoops. Let me just. Well, okay. Is it possible? Okay, I was going to say maybe it's hidden behind another window. That's just what I was going to say. So, yeah, okay. Now you're good to go. My watch list is updated every day. I work on a scan. I work on scanning after hours, and so there will be some symbols. My watch list right now has about, I don't know, 30 stocks on it. These are the ones that are triggered out of the 30. And so tomorrow, anyway, I'm sorry, I'm just answering an email. So what happens is there will be some stocks that will carry over from my current watch list if I think they're relevant, and then of course I'll be adding new stocks from the scans that I do after hours, and that's how the watch list is created every day. All right, guys, 11:40. So in about 15 minutes, I will be taking a break. So what I'm going to do is I will put the link to our YouTube room in because, again, I take my break. And if you want to head over there, well, I believe it's Jamie will be in the room. This is Unstoppable CDXC. So that is the link right here. This is the link to get into our YouTube room. And as I say, between 12 and 1, Jamie will be taking over and he'll answer questions. Maybe talk about swing trading, things like that. So every link in the channel bar is a layout, okay? So if you click on another channel, if you click on another theme in the channel bar, it'll automatically close all those previous ones. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay, so you don't have to close the windows, but if you did want to close the windows, all of them, you just click on Windows and close all. And then all you'd be left with would be your toolbar. Well, if you wanted to, okay, if you want to close the last layout without, again, everything in the channel bar is a layout, and you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So if you went to another channel in the channel bar, then that layout, it'll replace the previous layout. If you want to start off with a blank screen, just click Windows and close all. Okay? So you don't have to necessarily close the last layout. You can just go to another, or the last, whatever you clicked in the channel bar, you can just go to another one and it'll be replaced. Well, unbelievable. Oh my goodness. So CDXC, guys, I'm sure you're aware, it now appeared. Remember I was saying earlier on, it only traded about, I don't know, 400 contracts. Well, now look at it. So because it is so extended, I just flattened out of the position, okay? Because it's so extended, in my opinion. I mean, it could keep ripping higher, but this appeared on the, right here, 1454. And the reason it, took that time is because one of my filters, it has to trade at least 2,000 contracts. So it finally snuck in. It's, 2,100 contracts and rising. Look at Nautilus, guys. NLS is just cruising down here. I was saying this earlier, so there might be some support around 1775 or so, but this is just keeps cruising down here. All right, guys. So let's sort of see, what is this gamble doing? Nah, what? Ugly, 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 ugly. Excuse me. So we only have two positive sectors, and my guess is that it's going to be mildly, actually, okay, the oil sector, this is the oil services. Here is the exploration. Exploration is off a little bit. And here's the big one, XLE, is off a little bit. Exploration, or oil services ETF, it's actually up quite a bit. And then we have retail. Retail, I mean, go figure. Retail, is it up? It's barely up. Every other sector is down, which makes sense with the market being down. All right, guys. Well, CDXE is now turning into even from what would be considered. Now, remember, now I'm doing some of this on my own too. This is the simulator, but what would have been considered a pretty late alert. And again, you would have got this alert earlier if you want to reduce that option volume to say 1,000 contracts. However, you run the risk of introducing a lot of other alerts that you may not want to see. Because I know some are going to say, well, I'd like to see this. And you could see it a lot earlier in this window, in this option scanner. But you might get a lot of other alerts that you don't want to see. So it's always a bit of a trade-off. Yeah, so if you save this, save these windows to the cloud, and then bring them back to your layout, yeah, that's fine. It'll get adjusted every day. Well, guys, this is turning into, I mean, again, even though it seemed to be very late, even waiting for 2,000 contracts, there's a dollar move right there, a dollar move. So if you're new to trading, guys, I mean, this is certainly my favorite scanner right now. Okay, this is just moving higher with unusually strong options. It doesn't give too many alerts over the course of a day. New to trading, so that you're looking at my screen, you seem to get overwhelmed by all the symbols you're seeing. I would heartily encourage you to download this one. Okay. Just a minute, guys. Well, again, what to say? 1454. What did it get up to? 1454. Got up to 1618. And I know somebody's going to say, "Oh, well, I had CDXC way earlier." Listen, I could have got this. Well, first of all, it was right here, 1174. Just from the basic new highs and lows. But. Wow. This is awesome, guys. So even though okay, you must understand, this is in the simulator. I did exit in the simulator. I happen to have some in my real account, which is obviously good. Really just showing you how you can flatten, how you use these hotkeys. Just give me a moment here, though. Somebody asked for a link to the room, the chat room, the trading room, as I call it. All right. So yes, this is what I call the main trading room. Okay, and a lot more active, more traders. I can hand out links a lot easier, etc., etc. We do have a YouTube room. Basically, they see the same thing. They can hear me, just not as much interactivity. Okay, now there's the big pullback, guys. This is shortable. This was shortable too. I'm going to be taking off pretty soon, guys. So I'm not going to be doing anything else right now. Obviously, I mean I can't take off and let something like without being out of this trade. So And you might say, well, just put a stop on it. You know, this probably would have blown through any stop I would have had. So I would have had maybe not get out of all the shares I want. So anyway, I am going to put the announcement in. What time is it right now? It's 11:53, 54. So Jamie will be showing up pretty soon. I'll just put the link for YouTube in again if you want to head over there when I'm on a break. Yeah, and it's not even a super low float. 38 million. I mean, it's not high, but it's definitely not crazy low for it to be doing this. But what a couple of weeks. I mean, remember last week's low was 550, 552 or so. So that's over a triple, about a triple. No, there are no upgrade. There are no alerts on upgrades or downgrades. No. I mean, in the morning, I check to see what the upgrades and downgrades are that are delivered to me from briefing.com. And so, you know, I put them here in this section up here, but we don't have like an up. So the answer is no. So Rich, I don't send it. You have to find, it's right here. Barry's homepage, okay? Click on the link, the tab in the trading room right there. It's called Barry's homepage. And when you do that, let me just click on the link again. When you do that, so Barry's homepage, click on the tab. Here's the link. And when you do that, here are the scans, including this one. The reason it's all I'd be doing all day long, putting links in, okay? So make it do a little bit of work, you know, find my tab, and then you can load it yourself, okay? No, there's not going to be an upgrade. I doubt very much we'll have an upgrade or... You know, listen, they're so subjective, upgrades and downgrades. I put them in almost just for entertainment. The only reason I really look at it, wow, look at CDXC. I'm just getting ready to take off, but a piece of it left, just... I might not be able to take off. Upgrades and downgrades are pretty subjective, okay? I mean... The only time I really look at them any closely if I see multiple ones, you know, on the same stock. Maybe I'll look at a golden one, but other than that, I mean, I put them in for almost just for entertainment value. I do, Grumpy, a little bit of work. Wow. All right, guys, I'm going to put the announcement in that I'll be taking my break. I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. I'll be back around 12:30. So you notice, guys, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. You know, I've hammered this one to death. You know, really I really think this is a good one to watch. You know, this window doesn't give you too many alerts. Are they all fantastic? Of course not. But some of this one, I mean, you won't find too many better ones. a short period of time. 1140. What are we now? 1158. So from 1454 to 18 in what? 14 minutes. That's not bad. And so all I can do is, you can see the scan. This is the scan that I would really recommend that people watch, and it's up to you to trade it. I'm not going to tell you what. Oh, you're there, Jamie. Great. Okay, guys, I will take off now. Jamie is in the YouTube room, so I'll let him have fun for an hour. I'm going to stop the stream now, Jamie. You can see the scan. This is the scan that I would really recommend that people watch, and it's up to you to trade it. I'm not going to tell you what. Oh, you're there, Jamie. Great. Okay, guys, I will take off now. Jamie is in the YouTube room, so I'll let him have fun for an hour. I'm going to stop the stream now, Jamie. You can see.
Okay, I do believe I have the steering wheel now. Thank you, Barry. If someone could just confirm for me in the chat panel that you can see my screen and hear me okay, much appreciated. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Thank you, Aya. Hello, hello. Well, as Barry was just pointing out here, CDXC is also coming through my all-time high ticker here, and boy, what a nice move, what a nice orderly breakout we had back here from the looks like the 17th, and boy, since that point in time, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 consecutive days, of course today being the huge breakout. Okay, thank you everybody. Looks like we're good to go. So, market paying us a little bit of a sell-off today, back down to these levels that we can see right here. Are we going to hold? Or are we going to take another little trip down here to the 50? I sure hope not. We'll see if we can just hold here, maybe get a little bit of a bounce. A little recovery before we head into Friday. That would be nice for us long people. Of course, if you're short today and making some money, that's a good deal as well. What kind of crowd we got in here today? All right, nice little crowd, nice little crowd. So just keep in mind, everybody, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you do have any questions about anything TI related, just go ahead and pop those into the questions panel. I'll be happy to do my best to help you out there. For such a red day in the market, Holly isn't doing too shabby today. If we look over here at the channel bar, a total of only 6 signals, which isn't too bad for a day like today. Looks like a 50-50 split of longs and shorts, 3 of each. What's going on, Mike? Always good to see you, buddy. And Holly performing the best in all 3 modules in conservative mode. No big surprise there. Just kind of perusing here. This PZZA is a classic trade around opportunity. So if we take a peek at it on the 15-minute time frame here, classic, we got the entry signal right here with Holly, and then boom, in the next 15-minute candle just barely stopped us out up here. How did the stock act at that area? Did it continue through? Nope, just wicked right above, came right back down below. So always like to talk about, typically go over these in the Monday office hours. Trade arounds. If they act like pizza did here at that stop area, then it makes sense to take a second stab at that, or in other words, the second mouse here got the cheese. We see the AI getting stopped out. Stop area acted more or less as a pivot area and then right back down, and the trade did exactly what we hoped it would do initially. What do we got in Sun W there, Mike? We'll take a peek. Ooh. Got a sliver of Sun W near the market open. Well, if you got the sliver long on the open, it worked. But if you got the sliver long on the downside, or excuse me, short on the downside, definitely a lot more hay to be made there. Good old Sun W. Yeah, crazy to see a stock like this bucking the trend. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't at least talk a little bit about GME because, as we can see here, parabolic all the way back down. People thought there's no way the GME is going to get more action to the upside. But lo and behold, at the close yesterday, if we just take a peek at the post market, and I mean, the breakout occurred with a little bit of time to spare. I mean, check out that 15-minute on GME yesterday. Just, you could level a house with that. Then around hour and 15 before the close, breaks out of that little range, click, click, click. And what do we close at officially? Closed at 91.71, went as high as 200 in the post market. So, don't know what's going to happen from this point on. May continue up, may decide it wants to go back down, but GME is definitely not dead as many thought it would be. So the saga continues. Okay, I see your question, Mike, on pizza. Well, the thing about Holly is it's a statistical model. So all it was really concerned about was the strategy that was triggering the trade, and we can see here it was the breakdown short. Okay, so let's see, pizza. We had earnings today before the open. Okay, so clearly the market reacted. We had the gap down, and based on the algorithm that spawned the trade, everything lined up. Now, having said that, we do have our earnings filter. So it is possible for the AI, when it goes through its optimization period, it's always possible that it could use an earnings filter, in which case it could weed a stock out or leave a stock in. But the AI is a statistical model, so it doesn't really think about earnings in the capacity that you or I would, if that makes sense, Mike. And once again, I guess risk is relative to how we perceive it. So, you know, in all practicality, yes, you could say it was a risky trade because it was an earnings play, but you're limiting your risk with the stop area, okay? As long as the stop area is in place, you know your downside is finite. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense there. If you need me to, expound further, I will try. Let's take a peek at what else is coming through the all-time highs. Things bucking the trend. TW doing the same. Certainly not as pretty as CDXC. Okay, very good, Mike. Other Mike, I should say. Don't know exactly how many mics we got in the room today. I know we got 2. All right, and as always, in a down market, we've always got things bucking the trend. Look at this little guy just motoring on through with extremely high volume. 6 on the relative scale, Syntex Technologies. Smaller dollar stock, but up a very nice percentage today. Just a mere 24%, as we can see down here. It looks like CDXC is pretty much dominating my new high ticker. We had a few earlier today. I would think that they probably buckled back. Yep, PWR still holding up in a down market. ATKR coming through as well. Let's see. Peeling back a little bit, but still doesn't look too bad on that daily there. Still got a ways to go before we reach that 10 period. All right, Yogi, see your question here. If I go into position size in trading strategy and to fixed dollar, would that limit every trade, entry, and exit? Well, that's going to be limiting your entries, Yogi. So if you say, okay, for example, where's my B plus here? Let me find where it is. Okay, so for example, here's my brokerage plus. I think that's what you're referring to. So I've only got one strategy running in here right now. If I right click and I go into edit the instructions, if I come over here to order details, you can see here I'm only allocating 30 bucks per position as I test out the E-Trade version of Brokerage Plus. So each and every position that is entered, it will only get $30 worth, and this is a low dollar strategy. I think maximum price is $14.99. So it'll just get as much as $30 will buy. Now, as far as your exits go, that's going to be predicated on your, preferred risk management. As you can see here, I'm not using any stop losses because I'm just monitoring these manually. But it will only exit, the certain allotment that you're in. So you're limiting your entry on shares by dollar amount, and then your stop loss is going to operate just like any other stop variable that you might plug in there with that proper share amount. So for example, Yogi, on all of these entries that I'm currently in, all these positions that I'm holding, which is currently about 43 positions on the blotter here, you can see they're all very small share amounts predicated on that $30 entry. I think I might have some in here at 50 from Monday before I kind of dialed it down, since we're in a precarious spot in the marketplace, and you can see all these positions are long. So, as I'm testing, I don't really see, taking excessive risk here. But the bottom line is, if I did have stop losses in place, then it would be predicated on the share amount. So in essence, it is the same for your entry and your exit. So Yogi, let me know if that makes sense. All right, Sam, which scan is the dark one in the middle? Are we talking about this guy right here with the CDXC? Is that the one you're referencing there? I'm pretty sure you're talking about this guy right here. And this is looking at things hitting all-time highs. Of course, this ticker is not very populated with symbols today. TW, these two that came out early on, ATKR, PWR, but of course CDXC, the shining star for the day. All right, Yogi, very good. Yes, and so you might notice the different colors here. Some are in green, some are in yellow, and then if we kind of cruise back down here to the bottom, you'll see that one was in blue. So there are only three colors present in this ticker: green, blue, or yellow. And what do those colors mean? If we right click, we can see I've basically got the strategy duplicated 3 different times since this is a multi-strategy window, as we can see up here from the the M. And these are all identical. Just show me the stocks with these filter requirements hitting a high and a low, but the color scheme is going to be predicated on the market cap. Okay, so you can see right here, market cap 4 billion or higher. So any of the stocks showing up in green are going to have a market cap of 4 billion or more. As we can see right here, market cap for TW 13.52 billion. If the ticker is blue, that's going to be a market cap between 2 and 4 billion. So if we go down here and we click ATKR, you'll see market cap is right smack dab in the middle between 2 and 4 at 3. And of course, the yellow ones are going to be the smaller market caps of 2 billion or less. And we can see right here, CDXC, the one that's running crazy today, market cap just sitting a little over 1 billion. Is there a golden cross for the 2-minute candle? I'm gonna say no, not unless they snuck it in, which I don't think. But we can always go to the search tab from configure and just type in that keyword, You can see there, golden cross, nothing available there. Sorry about that. And the main reason is because we do not have EMAs as filters. We have the ability to install them on the charts at present, but as far as all the filters go, those are going to be simple moving averages only at present. We do have some EMAs in development. We just don't know when they might get released to everybody. But keep our fingers crossed, and maybe we'll get some EMA filters in the future. All right, well, the red keeps intensifying here. We got a little bottoming wick coming out here. Notice the line that I have drawn over here on the daily, kind of coinciding with tops of this area and the bottoms, what might act as a little bit of support here. Of course, a couple days ago, we did have that excursion down to the 50. Everything looked rosy yesterday, like we were going to be popping ATH again, but of course, market has other plans today, but it does look like it's trying to put in a little fight here. I guess we'll know pretty soon if we wick off this area right here. Kind of try to gyrate back up to this 10 period on the 15. The bottom might be in today, and it might not, ladies and gentlemen. And we still got quite a few hours left in the market, about 3 hours and 45 minutes to be exact. Okay, Mike. Yeah, so I've been piling into positions since Monday on that strategy. And of course, you know, the market could have presented a little bit better circumstances. But as I was saying in Monday's webinar, in the zero commission environment, you can do extremely small lots. And that way, if you're wrong, you're not going to get hurt that bad. So here it is right here. This is live. You can see up here I'm connected to E-Trade. Okay. Now you can see I've got currently 43 positions on the blotter. And ladies and gentlemen, they're all long. Okay. Now on Friday's entries, and you might notice, you see my entry time column here, how it's all saying these are today's trades. Well, part of the job here is debugging the system. So anytime you disconnect and reconnect, it lists everything as today's entry day. So that's one of the bugs that we're currently ferreting out here because on these 50 positions, Monday was the 22nd. So I should see groupings here. I think the first 13 trades were on the 22nd and 12 more on the 23rd, 24th, and then today is the final day of loading up, and tomorrow is Friday. So all the positions that were entered on the 22nd will be exited at tomorrow's open. Now, initially, I'm like, yeah, I'll just do 50 bucks a position. But of course, the market started throwing some elbows, and I'm thinking to myself, well, hey, why take, risk as little money as you can in a live testing environment. So I dialed it back after Monday to 30 bucks per position, and that's currently where it sets here. So if we come over here to strategies, you can see only doing 30 bucks a position. And even though I'm down right now to the tune of 48 whole dollars, holding a blotter full of 43 long positions, and we'll probably tack on a few more before the day is out. Let me see how many I've had today here. If I can find my E-Trade blotter. I've had 13 executions today. So coming into the session today, we were only at 30 positions. We've tacked on 13 positions today. And we will see what happens over Friday and when the positions start exiting. But we can always do simulated mode, okay, which is great. But in a zero commission environment, I'd much rather do my testing in a live market because, well, it's live. And if this thing tends to work out over the longer term, well, then it's scalable. It's real easy to go from 30 to 60 or 30 to 50, if that works, 50 to 100, and go to a couple $100 per position. knowing that you're going to be in anywhere between 40 and 60 positions over the course of a single week. So it's just going to be a rolling process starting tomorrow. Every morning, the appropriate exits will be done, and then there'll be new entries as well. And this is focusing only on stocks that are doing excessive relative volume. So if we kind of scroll through some of these, we got 4 down here on relative volume. We got 4 on APIN. This one was entered a few days ago, so it's going to sleep for now. But most of these, on the day that the entries are made, are going to be doing pretty high relative volume, and then predicated on that volume potentially continuing. So this is how the experiment has gone thus far. You know, this morning we started out pretty flat, but you know, to use a line from the movie Airplane, picked a bad day to quit sniffing glue. Yeah, let's see here. Notice right here on the SPY, Dom's saying the SPY is picking up with some volume. Notice the relative volume 2.24, which is pretty high for a SPY on a normal day. And we just saw the 1 minute volume spike up to about 300 there. Now we're back down to just a little bit above normal. But still almost 2x normal on the 5 and the 10. So the volume is with us down here. Okay. Hopefully this wick's going to hold. Maybe we'll see a bounce back up to the 10 period. But we shall see. Yeah, let's take a look at the 30-minute here. Let me get rid of that post market. Time frame on the 10. What were you saying there, Dom, on the 30 minutes and 10 minutes? Yep, it's trying the doji on the 30. We shall see. Is there a way to set the simulated to only use 10K to play along with limited volume? Now, what's the 10K in reference to? You mean a stock that only has done 10,000 shares or less? Is that what you mean there, Yogi? Or 10K in buying power? Because in simulated mode and brokerage plus, I'm pretty sure we give you 100K in buying power. But there are different ways to, you know, if you're going to do $1,000 per position, then you could limit your strategy to 10 trades. Or if you're doing $500 a position, you could limit your strategy to 20 trades, if I'm understanding the question properly. Yeah, there's no way to limit the buying power right now. We can reset it for you. If you use all your buying power up, we get those requests all the time that we can reset the buying power for you. Right. Yeah, there's no way to adjust that currently. We might be making some of those adjustments, or maybe give the user the ability to say only use this much buying power in the future. That'd be a useful addition, I believe. But right now, no way to articulate that into the system. Well, it appears the CCIV has started kind of the softening of the old SPAC market. As we all know, the SPACs came onto the scene and just kind of went crazy there for a while. And this one was kind of leading the charge, going all the way from roughly 10 bucks, topping out just over 60. And then boom, couple days ago, 3 days ago, we had the big gap down. And it seems to have spilled over into a lot of the SPACs. This is one I was in from a while back. Enjoyed a little bit, peeled some off. Still holding a smidge with a break-even stop, but made some good money on this one. Didn't make as much as I should have. but you just never, during the time you're like, well, don't know what to expect from these guys. Could keep going, but all in all, pulled a little bit out of that one. And Yogi, what would be good? It's always great when the developers hear the request come straight from the user. So you might want to put your request in email form and send that email to info@trade-ideas.com. Attention, feature request. That way that feature request will get added to the list and it'll be all official. So once again, info@trade-ideas.com. Attention, feature request. And the SPY continues to play a little defense down here. Nope, they're not giving up easy today, Dom. I guess we got to go down today so we can go up tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll see. Once again, if this crucial area right here, if we can hold this line, then there'll be hope for a bounce tomorrow. But the market's sure not making it easy on us. And as we've talked about many times in many webinars, myself, Andy, and Steve, when we have these markets and we're up here at these all-time highs, it's not exactly easy trading. I mean, we're still just not too far away from all-time highs, but the market definitely throwing some elbows here. And, if you guys keep up kind of with the trading zeitgeist on Twitter, I've been hearing from a lot of people that I hold in high regard in the trading community. They're like, it's getting too easy. It's getting too easy. Things have got to get a little bit rougher. And sure enough, things are getting a little rougher right now. So during these times, it's always a good idea to not be so aggressive. You got to widen those stops out and maybe go half lots of what you normally trade, because things get choppy up here. And just as I'm talking right now, we've got another push to the downside here on the SPY. Yeah, Sam, that's interesting because if you save it as default and then you save your layout, it should not revert back to, it should keep those settings. Now, question to you, Sam, are you saving it to the cloud or are you using the good old-fashioned file, save as default? It really shouldn't matter. I'm just curious because that's what I always do. Once I make some changes here or I change anything up in a strategy, I right click, I save my B plus as default. Then I come over here, save my default layout, and usually I've never had an issue with the settings not sticking. Like I said, it shouldn't really make a difference whether it's the cloud or not, but I'm just curious there. And Jay Corona, who created the jam down to the 10 alert, I want to say off the top of my head, I think that was Andy's creation. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yep, SPY continuing to throw some elbows down here. Okay, Sam, so excuse me. I don't know why it would be doing that with the cloud, but try it the old-fashioned way. Save your window as default. Yes, and it is a pain having to go through and reset all those. I've been there before. Save your Brokerage Plus as default. Then come over here and save it old school to your hard drive as your default layout. Hopefully that will remedy the issue. Maybe it does, maybe it does not. If you save it as default to your hard drive and it fixes the issue, well then we know that it's some function of the cloud not saving properly. So give that a try. Yeah, and it might be created by Steve. I couldn't remember off the top of my head if it was created by Steve or Andy. Yep, Jay, that is a known bug, and it is currently being fleshed out. We hope to have a fix soon. Um, the E-Trade Brokerage Plus version seemed to have slipped out a little premature. That's why we've pulled it in the meantime until we get it a little bit more polished up. Matter of fact, Jay, I was just seeing that specific issue being talked about in our debugging thread. So in the meantime, if you are using E-Trade, just tread very lightly, tread very cautiously, as there are still bugs present in the system. Yeah, glad you guys are enjoying the jam down. Let's just kind of cruise over here to the trader's vault, because I think the jam down is definitely here somewhere. Maybe it is, or maybe it was distributed in a webinar. There it is. Jam down to the 10. Let's pin that one and we'll take a little peek at it real quick. All right, chart, thank you. I got to refresh my memory on this one. It's been a while. Yep, there we go. Can be a smidge below or a smidge above, but basically with these tight settings, minus 0.1 and 0.05 on the daily, we can see right here, OSS coming right down to that 10 period. LSCC right there as well. All right, Jaden, see your question there. What brokerage is best to pair with trade ideas? Well, if you're trying to tie in Brokerage Plus for whatever your execution needs might be, manual, automated, I definitely would have to say IB right now. They were the first broker dealer that we ported Brokerage Plus to, and they're great. I have no qualms, no complaints about IB. Everything works well there. The only caveat with IB is they've got two different versions of their platform. They got the Trader Workstation, then they've got their quote-unquote light version, which is their commission-free structure. Only problem is when you're using Brokerage Plus, we're technically routing trades through their API, and for their API trades, they're still charging a commission, unlike E-Trade. So that's why the next port of Brokerage Plus is to E-Trade. So as far as functionality, I'd have to say interactive brokers right now. But hopefully once we get all the bugs fleshed out of E-Trade, well, not paying commissions is a pretty big deal. You know, for example, on my little, excursion here in my testings, if I was in 43 positions, let's just say we're using the low rate over at IB, that's 43 bucks on the entry, another 43 bucks on the exit, 86, maybe a little add-ons there. We'll just call it 100 bucks. So instead of only being down 60 bucks here, I'd be down 160 bucks, right? So makes a big difference over time. I don't trade options, but do you know what the calls on the ask mean? Okay, so when you're dealing with options, you're going to have puts and you're going to have calls, right? Um, Whether it's a put or a call, you're going to have a bid and an ask, just like you would a stock, right? So, Aya, on your question, calls on the ask. So if you're looking at the call options, and you would refer to the ask price. That's what I'm getting out of your question there. So Jaden, I see your question marks there. Was that regarding my comments regarding interactive brokers or E-Trade? And to your comment, Yogi, E-Trade before TD Ameritrade. Um, the I'd say E-Trade is a little bit more stable than Ameritrade right now. Um, all of these companies have different APIs, which is the conduit in which different programs are allowed to talk to one another. Some people's APIs are more efficient and more well documented than others. So I think Ameritrade's API, of course, don't quote me on this, is a little bit more difficult to write to based on what I'm hearing from the coders. But to say which one is best right now, I'm not really sure. I know E-Trade's probably a little bit further ahead as far as the bug chasing. But we have plans to bring Ameritrade and E-Trade both online, just not until we feel that it's stable enough to release again. Okay, Sam, ignore your last question. You figured it out. Very good. Ah, I got you, Jaden. Okay. And we got more stocks coming through here. No big surprise as the market continues to soften up. And I guess, you know, we're down now at the body of that candle from the 23rd. So will we get into the wick of that day? If I had a magic 8-ball and shook it right now, it would probably just say possibly. Now these volume levels are not subsiding. So it's looking like we might have a little bit more softness. Not the day the longs were hoping for. Let's check in. Is GME being affected by the market drawdown? Looks like it's holding pretty strong. Interesting. Very interesting. What about some of the other low float stocks? AMC. Same thing. Okay. GME. AMC. Pretty much mirroring the activity. Yep, Dow currently down 1.2% from prior close. SPY down 1.8, and of course, as been the case as of late, the Qs leading the charge typically when we're talking about the Dow and the SPY, but even the little IWM giving it up today, winning the percentage down race at 2.9%. All right, Megan. Rudimentary question. What does it mean on the AA by short and long? Does it actually mean shorting a stock or short play versus long play? Correct. As you can see from the S or the L over here in this column, all right, if it was S, it was a short sell, meaning we sell the stock and hope that it goes down and buy it for a cheaper price. And long is just your traditional long play. So on Snap, or excuse me, RCL, which was a short play, we can see the short signal was right here. at the 96.36 level. Short sold the stock, and it did exactly what we hoped it would. Just went on down. That trade is still open, by the way, up a nice 7.5% approximately. Going from 96.36, currently at 89.20. Not too far away from its profit target of 87.96. What is the timeline for the patch for E-Trade? Well, it's an ongoing timeline at this point, Jaden, because as soon as we bring a bug to the developer's attention, then they see if they can, they have to dig through who knows how many lines of code to find the erroneous line of code, and then they fix it, and then they issue us a new build, and we continue to test. So it's like fixing one bug at a time. We fix what's there, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's done, because other bugs may show themselves as we progress, because there's a lot of different options in Brokerage Plus, right? Lots of different things that could go wrong. So it's going to be an ongoing process. When we get it to a point that we feel it is relatively stable, then we'll re-release it. But even when that happens, there's probably going to be some bugs in it because it's impossible to get them all at one time. It's a gradual kind of weeding the garden process. This is bringing up some pretty interesting stocks, though, that appear to be holding up on that 10 period. None of these are too far past that 10 period average. Of course, if we took a look at the history today, say we go back to about an hour after the open. Okay. Still holding up pretty well when we look at some of these. That one's pretty good. Of course, that is a small cap bull ETF. It is significantly through its 10 period, but hey, it's an ETF. It's a bullish ETF, so that makes a lot of sense. It's going to go with the market, another ETF. But brings up a good point. Let's say we only want to see equities in this scan. All we'd have to do is find the earnings filter and just state, hey, these things either have to make or lose money. Either have to make or lose at least a penny a share. And then if we go back in here and look at the history, we should not see any ETFs in there because they don't report earnings. WEX, okay. This is a stock, and clearly it is through its 10 period. Yesterday, got through it, bounced back up, but of course market dynamics were significantly different than they are today, so that one kept on going. Books a million kept on going. That's what I was saying. The early ones probably did continue, but these later ones, depending on if the market is going to continue downward, if we think the market's reached its bottom, which who knows at this point in time, a lot of day left in the session, volume levels really not subsiding on the smaller time frames. But if we start to get a bounce off the bottom, well then these alerts that are basically sitting right on top of those 10 periods, in my opinion, would become a lot more interesting if we get a bounce in the overall market. Yes, Jaden, compared to zero commission, IB is expensive since they're still, I think it's $1 a trade plus a little bit tacked on share amount. How much simulated money do I trade daily? Well, I used to always have a few strategies that I've been playing around with running in sim mode just to see what they might look like. I haven't been doing a lot of simulated trading as of late because everything on here is live. It's just really small share amounts because you can do that in the zero COM environment, not have to worry about getting chewed up. Kind of chuckling at myself because this one came through earlier in the day. I'm like, how am I in 500 shares? And then I realized, well, it's 8 cents. It's these thinly traded warrants, but it came through, so the system bought it anyway. But as you can see, all of these other ones are what I would refer to as micro lots. So I haven't really done any simulated stuff in the past couple of weeks. Just been kind of getting prepared for the live money and the micro lots. But anytime you develop a strategy and you think it might be good, whether it's a manual strategy or automated, it's always a good idea to pop that strategy into Brokerage Plus, execute it manually, or just let the system put you in, and then you can evaluate and go, hey, okay, well, this thing seems to be working in simulated mode. Of course, we always get filled in simulated mode. But whether you do that manually or set up a right-click script to get accustomed to manual entries. I guess that's kind of a hybrid between manual and automated. If we create a right-click script, which just says, anytime I right-click on a chart, I could say trade it with any of the algos that I have loaded up in Brokerage Plus. Of course, since that's the only strategy that I have in there right now, it's just showing that one. But you might be asking yourself, what in the world is he talking about? So if we come over here to strategies, you could create a new strategy and just set up the order entry part without actually putting a strategy in there, right? We do it all the time in our other account. I have all these right-click scripts, right-click, risk a point, right-click, risk a half a point, and just hit the buy button and it gets you in and sets your stop loss and you're good to go. Okay, question is, can I run the AI on 2 different computers? And could I have it trading with different brokers? Well, the problem there that you run into, Yogi, is you can only be logged in to one instance per login. Okay, so you can't be logged into 2 different machines with the same account. You would need 2 separate accounts. But for example, one of our other team members, Michael Noss, is trading, and he's connected to E-Trade, and he's also got the Interactive Brokers connection live as well. And he's interacting with 2 different broker dealers with the same Brokerage Plus connection. So that is going to be possible. You'll be able to be, let's say we get E-Trade, Ameritrade up and running. You could trade through E-Trade, Ameritrade, and Interactive Brokers through the same account, through the same TI account. But if you wanted to have different instances of trade ideas as a whole running on different machines, then you would need separate accounts for that, because each account only allows for one login at a time. I have a trigger alert window that trades my liked symbols long. Is there a way I can get a second my like window to trade short or different strats? Okay, so when we're talking about my liked window, are you talking about this top list here that you're using? Because that's what my brain goes to on my like symbols, where you click the heart and then it adds that to your like symbols, right? And if we pop in here, you'll see that that is the list that it's pointed to. And let's see here if things have changed. Because it used to be you could not see the my liked symbol in here and interact with it. And I don't know if that has changed. Okay, so you are talking about the top list, right, Jay? Okay, so if I go Tools, Symbol List, are we going to see? Okay, so now it shows up here and we can go in there and play around with it, right? So the answer to your question is yes. You can point that list to any window. For example, all you'd have to do is go in here and make sure that the My Liked is checkable over here, right? Which it is in that case. But let's go back to my default and try it out. Just going to duplicate an alert window. All right, well, that's odd. There we go. Finally popped in. Okay, I'm waiting. There we go. So for example, all you'd have to do is go, okay, now I just want this window to look at my liked symbols. So yep, you can point that list to as many alert windows as you would like. Jaden. Or excuse me, that was Jay, yeah. Barry told me to stick with simulated until I learn everything as I am new to trading and artificial. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself, you know, and especially when you're new to trading, there's so much to absorb. You really want to keep it in simulated mode until until A, you feel like you're comfortable, you have a decent understanding, you have a rule set, because, as Mike Tyson said, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face, right? And the market is notorious for delivering face punches at the most opportunistic time. Case in point, what a great time to start an only long strategy. But as I said before, I'm risking such a small amount, I'm not sweating it because I'm down 65 bucks. I'm holding 43 positions. Eh, that's the way it goes sometimes. Yeah, I'd rather be up, but that's why I'm going super light because, well, if things don't go as according to plan, which obviously I was hoping for different market action as of late, but oh well, this is valuable information that I'm gleaning here, even though I'm currently sitting down a whopping 65 bucks, and that's over the course of these past 4 days. Today's just kind of capitulating. We'll see what happens tomorrow. How will it know to trade with the preferred broker, or will it just duplicate? It's all about pointing to the account that you have set up here. Different accounts for different broker dealers, and once you set up the connection and enable the connection, then you use the accounts tab to point that blotter to the account to be used. So it would list off all your accounts. It would show your Ameritrade, your E-Trade, and your Interactive Brokers if you had accounts all there. And so you just point each blotter to the respective account. So Aya, once again, do I know what calls on the ask mean in options trading? Okay. Well, a call option contract is going to have a bid and an offer. Okay. Just like a put. If we buy a put, we hope the stock goes down and we might make money on that put. If we buy a call, we hope the stock goes up. If we sell a call, we hope the stock goes down, and if we sell a put, we hope the stock goes up, okay? Because you're taking the other side. If you're just buying the offer, you're going with the direction of the call or the put. If you're selling that call or put, you're going opposite the direction. Okay, it's the same thing as long and short. So calls on the ask, to me, that just simply means like if I'm buying a stock on the ask, well, I'm hitting the ask. If I'm buying a call on the ask, I'm just taking the ask. I'm not trying to bid between the ask and the bid, right? The bid and the ask. Does that make sense? So calls on the ask to me means simply buying calls at the asking price, not trying to get a fill in between the spread of the bid and the ask, or the offer, as we could also call the ask the offer. I hope that makes sense. It makes sense to me. Oh, and a little GME I see on my other account. I took a small position down there around 125. We're up at 164 and not too far away from the daily high. So GME clearly not caring that the market continues to plummet. And now we're into the wick from day before yesterday. And as far as I'm concerned, all of this is in play. Even that 50 period might get a little kissy kiss today. But the market is weak. I know that for sure. And I was trying to see if I could pull up an options chain here just to give you an idea. Okay. So just to give you an illustration here, I've just got a little Tastyworks account I've been playing around with here. And I've got some calls pulled up on GME, or some options, March 19th. Here's the strike price, right? Now, we've got puts over here. These are puts right here. These are calls. Notice how these calls, they have a bid. There's the bid for the call. There's the ask, right? Over here on the put side, there's a bid and an offer, just like you would have a stock. So calls on the ask right here, if we're looking at the March 19th 110 GameStop calls, they're currently bid 88.50, offered 92.10. So if I was just buying those calls on the ask, I'd be paying this price right here, or I could try to bid in the middle here, right? So calls on the ask to me simply mean people are buying calls on the ask. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense there. All right, just doing a little time check here. Yep, that's the way I interpret it. If calls on the ask, it just means you're hitting the ask, not worrying about trying to get a slightly better price, bidding in between the bid and the offer. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Well, I can tell you this. What I thought was going to happen in the market today, I was wrong on market direction. Typically am. And just think about that, because if it was easy to pick market direction, we just have to sit around and trade the ETFs and market directional instruments. But as we all know, that is not easy. Matter of fact, it's probably the hardest thing to do in trading. Just trying to pick market direction. That's why we typically have to rely on our favorite technical patterns, because that lends some sanity to the craziness and the chaos that is the market. Where do we close? Let's see. That was 391.77. So after that closed yesterday, well above the 10 period, I thought to myself, well, we'll probably have a little chop on Thursday. Friday's coming up, snuggle up next to the high, maybe not bust it. But boy, Not the case, and it's still coming. Accelerating volume on the 1 minute, accelerating on the 5 and the 10. I mean, this just looks inevitable here. Yep, same to you, Mike. Same to you. Oh, people are making some good short cash today. Or long, depending on if you're in CDXC or GameStop. I shudder to think, well, would this be acting any different if the market were up? I don't know. But looking over here at the daily, we've got a nice little, we've been in the gap for a while here, and now we're accelerating. So if this momentum continues in GameStop, well, it could be back above $200 pretty quick. Very interesting, because very seldom do you see a parabolic move or a bubble start to reinflate so quickly. And a little time check here. Okay, we got about a minute left before Barry comes back. So I want to thank you all for tuning in to the live support session. Boy, CDXC does not care either. It took its little pullback and remains very strong. And check out the relative volume on this guy, 175. Pretty big. Float of 38 million. Already turned that float over today at 53 million. Yep. GME putting on a show. I'm sure it's a live environment over on the Reddit message boards today. Touch base with Barry here real quick. All right, he'll let me know when he's back. So until I see Barry throw me a message, we'll just keep on looking at stuff if there's anything else anybody wants me to pull up or take a peek at. Let's see if AMC is going along for the ride. Nope. Not yet anyway. But it might. We got the same gap, same type of gap action here. Tour. What do we got going on with Tour today? Yeah, once again, butting up against that 10 period right there. Nice little inverted horseshoe there. Looks like it's trying to put in a little, backstop. But more importantly, if it can hold this 10 period here, we got a little divergence yesterday from the 10, but looks like it's trying to be a backstop right here. And let's see. Yeah. Definitely a ways to go from all-time high, that's for sure. Workhorse, let's take a peek. Yeah. Definitely trying to solidify against this area back here from last year. Looks like it's trying to do that thus far. So, on something like this, your downside is pretty much the bottom of that wick. So, pretty well-defined stop loss if you're going to take a risk on this one swinging it. How to place a stop buy order with IB. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about for an entry, right? How to place a stop buy order with IB. What you would do is, let me just click off Workhorse there. If you weren't in the position, okay, and let's say GVP. Let's just use this as an example. let's say if GVP got to the top of this candle right here, or exceeded the high of that candle, which would have been 209, and I wanted to go use a buy stop to get me in at 210 if it reached that level, then what I would do is I would put the target price here, right? I would make sure that this field is completely blank, okay? So then I could say, okay, if I hit the buy button now, it would use a buy stop order that once the high, or once that 210 level printed, it would get me in on a market. But you have to make sure that the price field is clear. Otherwise, it'll just auto execute. Let's see. Yes. Okay, Barry is telling me he is going to begin streaming, so I'll be signing off in just a moment, but want to thank everybody for participating. RI, how different training Forex option and security charts? I don't really know what that means. If you care to go into a little bit more detail, I'm sure Barry could probably give you a little insight into that. So let me just make sure Barry is streaming. And I wish all of you a good day. Will the market, let's see, let's take one more little peek here. Yeah, well, we got a little bit of ways to go before we reach the bottom of that wick. So volume's accelerating, so we will see.
Here, I have to make sure that I start to stream before he leaves, otherwise everybody gets booted. So I'm just wanting to make sure. Okay, so Aja, can you hear me? I just need something from you so I know that the handoff has been somewhat seamless. Okay, good. Thank you very much, Aja. Okay, so I will be doing my video, so I'm just going to put the message in here. The videos are going to be a lot more quickly done, assuming I don't have any technical issues. I'm just going to say back soon. Well, okay, what time is it now? 1:07. Say back by 1:20. Okay. Okay, guys, so, and if you want to follow along those videos, not as I'm doing them, but if you go to my home page, you go to my home page and click on my home page, and here is it, right, it's right here, okay? The videos that I do every day. All right. I'll put everybody on mute, and we'll see you in a bit. All right, everybody, I'm now back. Oops. I'm now back. Okay. ACY, yeah, somebody mentioned that in the, I don't know, I can't remember if it was YouTube or here, microfloat. Can't remember who it was. Because we were looking at this day that it had a few, well, this was at the end of the year, last year. Boys, the I don't have it now, but I'm looking. The GME, but again, you have to don't take too many shares. I mean, look at that drop. This is too many candles, right? 184 down to 161 in, 6 minutes. So I'm just trying to make sure people don't take too many shares on this. Yeah, it's a flying monkey. I think what's happened is you have, you've got a lot of pinned windows. If you check one of them, check it, right click on it, see if it says pinned. So right click on the window and does it say pinned? Or any window, an alert window, just check. Right click, does it have pinned as a check mark? Oh, then I don't understand. What do you mean it's not even on the layout? I don't understand what you mean by that. I mean, it has to be part of a layout if you see it. Okay. How to place a stop buy order with IB? You mean within IB? Like within Interactive Brokers? I don't, I rarely do that. So you know what? I feel uncomfortable trying to steer you in that direction. I mean, I know you probably don't want to call them, but there must be some information. I don't give information on like how to do things within Interactive Brokers. I don't. There's no way I can do that. In case I steer you wrong and you do something, I tell you something that I think, and then you lose money. I just can't do that. So guys, only 4 alerts. So if you look at these two windows here, if you think it's overwhelming, because you see a lot of stuff flying by, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 made it in the basic new highs today, which makes sense. I mean, the market's been, and only 4 in here. Very, 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 very manageable without being overwhelmed. And even if you're keeping track of the AI, very few alerts today also. Yeah, so okay, so you can unpin them all. You can hopefully you've saved the layout that is not pinned because you can go to Windows and you can close all pinned, okay? And hopefully you have your original layout that is not pinned. Okay? That makes sense, Flying Monkey? And that's why I don't talk about pinning windows. It's exactly the reason. You can ask me 100 times about how to pin windows. I'm not going to answer. Not just you. But it can get people into trouble and they don't know it. All of a sudden their system bogs down. Okay. So when you close all the unpinned window, all the pinned windows, you have then your original layout. Is that correct? Okay. Now save it, right? If you haven't already, save that layout and give it another name. Don't. I never called anything default. Okay. I would call it another name. So if by chance the same thing happens again, then all you'd really have to do is, close all your windows, close all, and then bring back your layout, just in case. The patience, okay. Mm-hmm. Look at this. So this came 1844, very late, of course. Not now. But again, the fact that I'm not in it is not meant to influence anybody else. Okay, so AMC, I think Cam asked me that. So it would probably have to at least take out that 1054 before I'd get interested. It did not follow suit. It just hung in here. So let's just for fun take a look at BlackBerry. Nope. Let's take a look at Bed Bath and Beyond. Those were the other ones that were going crazy. So really, just GME and to a certain extent costs that I can see. All right, give me a moment here. I just want to try something on one of my other monitors. Okay, let's see. AKUS just got halted and resumed. Well, got halted, I guess, here. It just resumed. What is market subscriber status? It wants to know. Okay, so okay. I recognize you, of course, from our YouTube room. Well, are you a professional? It sounds like you're not a professional, so just say no. If you're a professional, not unlike our service, if you're a professional, then you have to pay extra fees. But most people are not professional. I don't know. I mean, there are some alerts, I guess, with no target price. I would not pay attention to a target price anyway. Flying monkey, to be honest, I never pay attention to those. But I guess there was some, whatever strategy that was, it wasn't. There's no target. I don't know. I mean, it's from Holy Grail, a strategy. I don't know what strategy it was, but some of them. Do you know what the name of the strategy was that it came from? I know it's Holy Grail, but do you know what the name of the strategy it was? On support? Okay, so, oh, it's right there. I guess I could have looked at it. Yeah, I don't even know where they put the target in the other ones. I think that's in the back tester. So, I guess there are some that just don't have targets. Oh, right here, I guess. See, I never pay attention to any of that. Well, that's why we're always saying manage the trades, manage the exits on your own. I mean, we've seen situations where a stock is really, well, this is a great example, isn't it? It gets in at 1539, it moves up here to 1621. Based on what the market's doing, I mean, I know this is a story stock to a certain extent because of what happened 2 days ago, but I mean, what the market's doing, I mean, I'd be really reluctant to keep holding and holding and holding. I would have been taking some profit up here. The AI has not got out of even a penny. No algorithm has kicked in. Doesn't mean, but that's why we're always saying I would be managing the exits on your own. I mean, at one point, it got down below the entry. It was crazy. How could when I say you, how could you have a 1539 alert? It moves up to 1619, not quite a dollar, and then it moves down below your alert price. Now it's come back up, but but the AI has not, nothing has kicked in as an exit. So, well, yeah, I don't know. Oh, the stop is at 1320. Yeah. So, are you talking about the individual strategy with a win percentage for? Yes, that'll shift. As it get optimized every day. Like each strategy, I mean, what takes place is all these strategies here, they made the cut out of the 50 odd because they had the right win percentage and profit factor combination. Okay. Now, with the optimization procedure after the market closes today, no, it tries, but I would say what happens, I mean, it just gets optimized every day. And so today the 5-day bounce made it into the cut, but maybe based on today's data with the market down, when it runs through the optimization procedure, it may not make the cut tomorrow. You know, I mean, that's the whole thing. So the ones that have been optimized for today, they give us the best statistical edge. It doesn't mean they're all going to work, and some of them didn't produce any alerts. You know, the 5-day bounce produced no alerts. So just because a strategy makes the cut doesn't mean that, you know, something is going to happen, because within these strategies in here, you know, they're full of alerts and they're full of filters, way more filters, and then there's some kind of an alert. Okay, it's usually not a new high, but I mean, I don't even know what the alerts are. I don't even know what is in these, but there are a lot. So consequently, you know, you get a strategy here that no stock met all the filter requirements. What do I think of PDCE? I know it was an AI alert earlier, so what did it do? 35. So it actually, you know, the target got hit. I don't know what the target was, if it was $1, $1.50, or whatever it was. It's trying to come back a bit. I mean, but again, you know, it is an energy stock, and if, you know, there's only, I don't know if this is part of this group, OIH. I don't know what they do. Is it a services? Because there are only two sectors today that are positive right now: OIH, which is an oil services ETF, and retail. That's it. So I don't know where PDC fits in. You know, it's an energy play, it's an energy sector, but I don't know if it's in here. Oh, I wouldn't be. Okay, hopefully you should go to the swing channel. Okay, Sam. You know, I'm absolutely the wrong. I mean, go to the swing channel, swing trading, I should say. Oh, you're in there. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. You posted it in there. Okay. I thought you were asking me. I see your farm. High is 790. That's the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Or sorry, this is the next high looking left, 881. So it's got a little bit of room on the weekly chart for farm. So traded the float twice now, 54 million, not quite twice, 100 million, 101 million so far for GME. My information, just click here, see my home page right there, home page. There's the tab. Hopefully you can see that. It's above. I don't know if you have to scroll up to see it, but there it is. And just click on it and, whoops, sorry. So when you click on it, here is the link right there. You could save the link. There it is. Okay, so you can save that. You can save that link. It gives you all the information. It's funny. Yeah, you kept saying CDXE. I thought, oh, I'm sure he's. Well, yeah, there were only six trades or six alerts today from the AI. Yeah, there are more strategies. As I was saying, here are all the strategies, but they didn't all. As I said before, for an alert to happen, all the filters have to be met. And in this one, got dough wants to go, whatever all the filters are and the trigger, no stocks met the requirement. Ooh, the scans from last night's video. Mine, yeah, we had a problem last night. I know. With the video, the old one went out, but I'm pretty sure the only scans would have been here. I don't know. Okay, so if you click on my homepage, okay, click on my homepage. And this is what you'll see. Click on the link, and here are the scans. I'm pretty sure I would have been highlighting the moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay, I'm sure that's probably the only one I really looked at. But here are all the scans. And also, just as an aside, I mean, people ask me, what do I do for the pre-market? So these are the four scans that I use in the pre-market: the gap up and down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. Okay, these are the four scans that I use in the pre-market. Now here's the basic new highs and lows that you see here. The no repeat version here. So, I'm sharing a lot of scans, and probably the one in yesterday's video was highlighting the moving higher with unusually strong options. Okay? Okay, okay, so can you see my tab, my home page? You see the tab? Okay, can you see the tab? Okay, and just click on it, and then again, Barry's homepage. This is what you'll see, and here's the scan section. Click. Okay, and then here's that option. Okay. You're welcome. Oh, I don't know. I don't know Forex at all, RI. I mean, I know candlesticks and that's it. I don't know what they use. No idea. Sorry. Guys, give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I'm now back. Well, I just got back. Okay. I keep hearing this GTES just keeps ringing or sounding text to voice GTES. So yeah, so the market's had a little bit of a pop here. Little bit of a pop. I wouldn't call this a major pop though. Look at this. So all right, so today, wow, it's Thursday already this week. All the weeks seem to fly by. So Thursday, so today is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I'll be attending that. I'll put myself on mute at 2 o'clock. I'll be still here, be able to, if I can, answer questions via text. Well, I don't have to worry about that. GME is not shortable interactive brokers, so at least they'd have to do a big locate. I'm absolutely never going to do that. No, no more. It's fine. Oh, and B plus. So, are you talking about like, for instance, if I wanted to take a trade in GME, but I didn't want to take it until say 145, like on a pullback? Monita, little monkey in Spanish. Is that what you mean? You want to say take a trade here at 145? I'm just using GME as an example. You would want to take it on a pullback to here. Is that what you mean? There's only two things I know how to do. Okay, if that doesn't help, I can place an order here, pulling back to a certain price, or I can put the order on above it to get up to a certain price. Those are the two ways that I can show you. If that doesn't help, then I'm going to have to send you to, I guess, or I don't even know if that video covers that. You might have to ask that question of Michael. Okay. Okay, I can show you how to do that. So let's pick a stock, SCKT. All right. Again, this is just demonstrating. So the question was, how would I take this trade on a pullback to say 12? Okay. I'm just going to pick a number, right? I mean, this is not what I would normally do, but I'm just saying, what if I wanted to take the trade right here? Okay, yeah, I can do that. I can show you exactly how to do it. So pick how many shares you want to do it. Let's do a couple of hundred shares. And this is what I do. Whether this is, I don't, listen, this is the way I've been doing it from day one, and it seems to work, okay? So I just put that price in both boxes. 1203, 1203. Oops. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, and I click the buy button, and you will see There, you see the line shows up on the chart. Okay, there's the blue line showing up on the chart. So if this goes down to 1203, it'll take the trade. So on a pullback. It's exactly the same thing if you wanted to take it higher. You just put that price, the price you want to take it at, in both boxes and press the buy button. Okay, so if I cancel that order, so I'll cancel it. Now I'll just do it the other way. I want to take it up here at 1235. Okay, so here's the line up here. So if it gets up to 1235, it'll take the trade. So the trick is to put those prices in both boxes. Why, I don't know. There may be another way, but I put them in both boxes. It seems to work. Okay, and then just hit the buy button. All right. Is that clear? Well, there's been a big tech sell-off for the last while, and that is certainly dragging the market down. I mean, there's a sell-off, but I mean, is it the end of the world? No. I mean, look at the SPY. The SPY is there was an all-time high, almost hit it yesterday. So I have no reason. I don't really follow why things, unless I heard some devastating news like obviously a catastrophe or something. So you got that? Okay, so now you know how to do it. Great. Somebody else may want to chime in. I don't watch the news. Okay, let's see. How many SPACs were there today that just launched? I guess this is this is another one. I've taken it upon myself to add them all into our SPAC, our SPAC symbol list. Give me one moment. Just a crazy number. So Gordon, anything that I've got pre-built that I'm sharing is here, is in my homepage, okay? It's right here. Anything, these are top list windows. The pre-market actives up and down. I think the trend reversal up and down, these are top list windows. Earnings up and down, I think they're top list windows. This is Spider Sector, top list window. I think there are a number of them. Okay, typically, Yogi, it's just a gear, okay? Or gear. You click on the gear, okay? See that gear there, Yogi? If you can see that gear, you click on that, and then that's going to show, it's possible that I would have thought this would be the default, but it's possible, maybe you're fooling around and you unchecked it. That's the only reason I can think of. So when you say, can you link the windows of the layout to move with the menu? So what you're talking about is if I wanted to take this and move everything. No, but I think this will solve probably any issue you may have. So if you have, and I'm assuming you have multiple monitors. So this is anybody who has multiple monitors. This is what you can do. Because the question was, can I take all of these and move it to another monitor? Well, you shouldn't. This probably will solve it. So what you do is you take your toolbar and you put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. This is my main monitor. This is the one that I share that you guys can see, okay? Arrange all my windows, my Trade Ideas windows, exactly where I want them. I have two other monitors. I put all my Trade Ideas windows exactly where I want them on the two other monitors. Once I've done that, I click on Tools, Options, Layouts. So again, just arrange everything where you want them to be. And then Tools, Options, Layouts. And you see where it says Loading Layouts? Check. Open relative to main window. Save it. Once you save it, and then, when you exit the program, always save your work, all right? When you enter Trade Ideas tomorrow or later on, whenever you want to do it, all your windows will be exactly the same, in the same spot. Okay? Whoa, big downturn in GME and AMC, guys. Okay, so listen, it's 1:56, so that marketing meeting is going to start pretty quickly. Okay, Jason, did that make sense? Were you able to follow? Okay, great. Now, don't forget to save your work, okay? When you exit Trade Ideas, I can't click exit because it'll ruin my link. But when you click exit, it's going to say, do you want to save your last layout? You can say yes. And then when you re-enter Trade Ideas, everything will be the same. You should also save, it's always a good idea to save, you can save your layout, of course, to your computer. And you can save it in the cloud. Give it a name, click Entire, give it a name, and save it. It's always good to save everything into the cloud. For a couple of reasons, you can have Trade Ideas downloaded on as many devices as you want. You can only have Trade Ideas open one device at a time. But let's just say, for instance, now I want to go down to my laptop later on. All I have to do, if I were starting from scratch, I would just have to download the program. And then I just file a load from cloud and everything is there. So I don't have to recreate all my scans, all my layouts, etc. And that's on every device. Well, with the live IB account, that I don't know. I'm just obviously able to do it in the simulator. So at that point, I'm not sure, and I'd be awfully careful, okay, because now you're talking about a live account. So you may want to. I thought something like that would be covered in the video, but you may want to go to our homepage and talk. I think Michael might be around, because I certainly don't want to steer you wrong, when it's your live account. You saw how I did it in the simulator. I'm surprised it doesn't work the same way, but all right, guys, I am going to be, so I just want to put the announcement in. I'll be in a meeting. All right, so I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. So, let's see, anything, I see, we see our GameStop and certainly AMC. A lot of these stocks took headers. Yeah, so Adil, you understood what I meant, right? I'm talking to in the YouTube. I don't know if you're still there. Yeah, you can add, of course, any strategy you want, any of your own strategies. You just right click, load from cloud. So assuming you've saved your strategy to the cloud, and then you load it from the cloud, it'll appear, and then you can, if you want to auto trade it, you turn it on. But of course, before you do that, you have to create your trading strategy. You know, when do you want to get into it? What are your order details? You know, for position sizing. You know, I can't tell you how to do all that, but that's what I meant by by creating the trading strategy. And then if you turn it on, it'll auto trade for you. Ha! So guys, remember, well, guys, if you recall, I was just showing somebody how to take a pullback trade. And that was it for socket, SCKT. And so I put my my pullback down at this level here, I guess, right here. It took the trade. At one point I was, yeah, you see, so obviously had I been watching that, you know, at one point it was up $164 on only 200 shares. Okay, so I guess it pulled back and it got up there, and then it's pulled and then it's moved back down. So of course, if you know you're doing this for real, this isn't a simulator. Of course, you'd be watching this, and you wouldn't. I wouldn't anyway allow this to turn into, you know, only for. I wouldn't allow this to drop $100. So I'm just going to flatten out of that right now. Yeah, maybe that's a good spot here. I'm going to say spot, a good catch. Yeah, because something's going, and you're right. It's after hours, and yet somehow tons of volume. Man, that's half the volume of the day. Just about half the volume of the day right here. It's traded 9 million, and that's 4.3 right here on this bar. HRD is high of day. And Merkel. Meanwhile, yes. Meanwhile, yeah. Oh my God, is right, Zach. Hitting my scanners again. CDXC. Pretty good month. Just about a quadruple. Not quite, I guess yeah, but well, over a quadruple. You know, I mean, it's not a crazy low float, but it's still low. I mean, 38 million is not high. It's traded 84 million, so it's traded the float double the float. 2 point something. Look at the relative volume, 219. Oh, wow. Look at the week. Oh, look at the day, guys. Look at the day. So, I mean, this is sort of exponential. You can't even see the other volume bars. This is so huge. And on the month and on the week. So even though happened last week. So even though last week was pretty good, I mean, there was the start, right? There was the start. Can't even see the volume. Well, okay, you say that, but what would you have done here? You know, when it was up at 20 and then it dropped down to 16. Eve, you know, I mean, in retrospect, sure, looks. Oh, why didn't I hold from here all the way to here without selling anything? Well, pretty tough. You know, unless you have a wider stop and you take fewer shares. All right, guys. So listen, I just want to just quickly go over one last time. Stuff from my home page. So again, there's my homepage link. Scroll up above, I guess, all the posts. You see the tab called My Homepage. Click on the link. When you click on the link, this is what you'll see. An opportunity, if you want to take out a subscription right here, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year for Trade Idea subscription. The trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for it here. It's free. I'm going to maybe have to rename this. It's not sort of a market recap. I guess we're going to be shooting for like 60-second videos, what I do. So I'm going to be fast and furious. All the scans that I'm sharing right here, including the one I'm love, moving higher with unusually strong options. And then all the education links are right here. Including if you're new to Trade Ideas, they take the 20 lessons, okay? Lots of information there. You know, what is a top list, building one, alert window, creating one, etc., okay? A lot of the basic features are very clearly and easily covered right in here. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also look at this, see what we have to offer. We have daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Tomorrow, I think, is Andy. Yeah, Andy will be in the YouTube room tomorrow. There's the free trading room. Daily webinars. Today is Thursday, so there is one today, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos. A lot of educational videos here. And some ebooks that we created. So, again, a lot of information from my home page. And, of course, if you want, you can just click on it, and then you can save the link for peruse later on at your leisure. All right. If I haven't answered a question, please just repost it. I've been scrolling up to see if I've missed anything. I didn't see anything, but it is possible I have missed something. So just repost if you don't mind. Yeah. So this is news. All right. I think somebody is entirely correct. This has somehow been leaked. You know, the earnings report or whatever has been leaked. It's supposed to happen after hours, and we're only 2:49 right now. So this is the halt. This is our halts resume scanner. The majority of them are all volatility halts, but this is a news halt. So I think somebody's got some splaining to do. So again, horrible exit, right, in the simulator for me in CDXC. Horrible. Look at this. Since I exited, it's gone up $6.68. Okay, so horrible exit. And it continues to move higher. Okay, guys, I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, I no audio because I wasn't talking, but I'm talking now. All right, so Cint, I think Cint did the same thing, didn't I? I put this as a buy and a pullback. Okay, it's not a bad idea, guys. You know, you can practice trading. You don't want to if you're not comfortable taking high day breaks and things like that. You know, a lot of you I know are way more interested in in taking something that pulls back that is still a strong stock that pulls back and then maybe it bounces off that pullback area and then it moves. So that's what happened here. Can't emphasize enough. Practice trading. It's a great simulator. All you have to do is click sim and you're in. Doesn't matter who your broker is. It's got nothing to do with your broker, and it's all part of the standard service. Again, it uses our real-time data. Yeah, there it is. EPS. Yeah, so that was somebody's going to take some flack for that. EPS 92 beat 66. 15.6 billion beats. I'm just trying to read a headline here. So the report is good right now. I mean, the earnings looks good. The reaction, but somebody's there'll be an investigation on that. Good for you. Well, you and Emily. No, that's not a dumb question at all, Algie. I mean, that's yeah. I mean, as long, first of all, you've asked the right thing at the beginning. Having a stop, a hard stop. Yes, have a stop, stop, stop. That's number one. And then you can start raising your stop. If the trade starts working well, you can just start raising your stop, kind of like a trailing stop. You can do it right on the chart. So if I I'm trying to, if I put a stop in here, let's just put a stop at 220, okay? And you'll see it'll get added right to the chart. So here's my stop, 220. If this starts to work well, it starts to move higher and higher, I can just raise right on the chart my stop. Put it in another area, and you're putting it in areas where it makes sense. Making sense meaning that there might be another, let's just say this started to run. The stock started to run and got up to here, here, here. You could look at this area right here as maybe another potential resistance area or support area that if it broke down, you should be out of the trade. So you could, raise your stop here. Let's just say it kept moving higher and higher. And there was another little, maybe up this area here. These are 15-minute candles. You could raise it to here. If it broke down through here, you should be out. So absolutely, that's not a dumb question at all. When you try to add, what strategy you're talking about, Adil? I mean, you have, if I wanted to add a strategy, so I don't know what you mean. If I want to add a strategy, I just, I load from the cloud. I'm going to add it just for fun. I'm going to add it and Trader does not crash. So I don't know what you mean. So you've confused me when you say when you try to add this strategy from your website. I don't know what strategy you're talking about. And are you talking about, when you say my website, you're talking about my homepage? I don't know if you can hear me. I'm talking to somebody in a YouTube room. Can you tell me the strategy that you're talking about? So when you mean option trades, are you talking about trading options, or are you talking about are you talking about my scan? You talking about my scan, or are you talking about literally trading options? This doesn't trade options. This is just showing stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Oh, a multi-strategy window. I don't think, yeah, you should only be adding alert windows in here, Adil, okay? That's the whole idea. Multi-strategy window, yeah, that won't work. These are all individual alert strategies, okay? Alert windows, not multi-strategy windows. Never even thought about that. So don't do that. Don't try to add a multi-strategy window. It's nothing you can't auto trade a multi-strategy window. So Wonder 22, I'm not sure I know what you mean. Are you talking about this that I've added? Or are you talking about trading options? Hmm. All right, guys. Well, I don't see any answers to that. So, guys, I have to take off. Actually, I do have an appointment coming up pretty soon, so I do have to take off. So, thanks for all the help as usual. And let me just change the date. Okay, we will do all this again starting tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye bye.